Humanity invents the spike drive, allowing faster-than-light travel. Nations and corporations set about colonizing space at a rapid pace. The first great expansion peaks with the very fringes of human space, now a year's travel from Earth. To enforce rule over the colonies, the Terran Mandate is created by the nations of Earth, and it places a ban upon further colonization. Metadimensional extroversion syndrome, or MES, appears, allowing sufferers to perform impossible feats such as teleportation or telepathy. However, it invariably kills those affected, or drives them mad. With time, training and untold lives lost in research, ways of training and harnessing these psionic powers are developed, being improved with each generation of instructors. Jump gates are created, allowing choirs of master teleporter psionics to provide almost instant travel for ships passing through the gate to any other gate. Travel to the frontier is cut to 2 days, and the Terran Mandate lifts the ban on colonization. The second great expansion begins. Psi-tech manufacturing, able to manipulate universal constants, allows impossible materials and works of engineering. Due to manpower shortages and the ever-expanding number of people moving to the frontier, the Terran Mandate gives up trying to control the frontier worlds entirely. Spike drive ships are rare and antiquated. Jump gates have replaced them in all but the poorest, most unimportant and distant frontier systems. Core worlds have become increasingly specialized, relying on the jump gate network for resources from other systems. Emanating from the Veil Nebula, the Scream takes a mere 17 minutes to propagate across human space, killing or rendering insane every single psychic. The jump gate network collapses, and humanity is thrown into isolation and chaos. Countless core worlds die without access to supplies. The frontier worlds fare better, as many were yet to receive jump gates, or had not yet transitioned away from some degree of subsistence. Still, many end up as tomb worlds, or are reduced to primitive levels of technology. Slowly the silence lifts, as worlds manage to form large-scale industrial bases not reliant on psi-tech. Attempts to recover humanity's psychic abilities in MES sufferers largely fail initially, due to a lack of instructors, and those that do succeed are without the power of pre-Scream psychics. Explorers begin remapping old drill courses that have shifted over the years, a dangerous and unreliable task. Stellar unions start to form around the strongest worlds, and warfare erupts over control of valuable pre-Scream tomb worlds and installations. Now, our band of adventurers, stranded in an unknown sector, must attempt to survive.
Hello and welcome to Roll4It Stars Without Number. We are of course your favourite YouTubers and streamers, and we're here as per usual on a Friday to play some Stars Without Numbers and be really massive geeks. So, those of you who don't know, Stars Without Numbers is all about that video you just saw. Basically, humanity kind of spread out, then there were some issues with the whole psychological scream that killed off all the psychers, so all the technology kind of died. Humanity ended up as a load of disparate planets, and now our crew are running around in a ship discovering planets and people and trying to eventually get away from them most of the time, and mostly stay alive.
We're struggling on that particular front, I feel, at the moment.
Yeah.
It's not going well.
Our record for like staying properly alive and in the same number of pieces as we started has not been great.
Well, you have stayed alive and in the same number of parts apart from 2 of you, so...
Well,
I mean, technically speaking, only 1 crew member died.
Depends how you define death. But we're going to go through who all our characters are. Alex sadly isn't with us today. He will be back for Sunday's Shadowrun. We'll go through who people are playing, and then we'll go through how you can support the show, and then we'll go through what happened last time. So, starting off with Splat, who are you playing?
Yeah, I play Salvatore Rizzetti. I'm good at shooting guys and fixing stuff, and generally like saying, just getting like chopped into pieces. So yeah, that's kind of my job. I'm kind of the heavy. I like to come in and shoot people, and I have a tendency to survive combat, whereas everybody else is like, oh god, and they're trying to like run and hide whenever we fight.
I think the best part about that was when you said that I'm really good at speed. It cut out
I know,
like about 8 seconds there. So Skype seemed to approve. Yeah. Derek, who are you playing?
Well,
This
That's
episode brought to you by
sponsored
Coke.
now?
Yeah.
Very nice.
Delilah, and she likes Coke.
Was that a Delilah share of Coke? Did you find one?
No, I didn't. I didn't yet.
I feel let down, disappointed. Bentham, who are you playing?
Well, I mean, I was playing David Cooper, and he was a really good pilot, and he was a hacker, and he did all sorts of amazing things. And now I'm playing a robot copy of him that doesn't know who he is anymore.
So you're
Nothing
playing.
makes sense in the world.
Existential crisis.
So you're playing a
Who am
organic
I?
personality electronic replica.
Yeah, that sort of thing. I'm Cooper 2.
No. C.O.O.P.E.R. Copy of organic personality electronic replica. There we go.
All right, that works.
Also, we have no Avak, but we do have Ulysses. Ulysses, who are you? I am Ulysses. There we go. That's an explanation. I'm, of course, and I'll be your GM for tonight. So, how can you support the show? Since Avak isn't here, I guess I'll do that. You can support us several ways. You can support us through Patreon. Patreon is the main way to support us. It's the best way to support the show generally. Basically, if you go on there and you like sign up, and you be like, oh, I want this tier or this tier, you can get certain things, like, for instance, after shows or stuff at the GM tier. There is some fun stuff coming out on the GM tier soon. For instance, I think after today I'll be able to release some of the information about the deep swimmers and stuff and their stats. I think we're also coming up to the end of Shadowrun, at which point we'll be able to release the Shadowrun plot board and stuff, and you'll get like the full view of how the plot was designed. And I think with the new system that I'm creating for a show we're doing soon, I might give an early preview access to that before it's finished to the GM tier. So there's a lot of interesting stuff there. There's also, if you want to just listen to the show rather than watch it, you want access to the MP3s, the bottom tier, just like $1 a month, you can sign up there. Of course, the best thing is that you can support the show, and that's obviously the best thing, because it's the reason we have 2 shows a week. It's entirely due to the people at home, you guys, being so supportive, so thank you very much. You can also support us by tipping, and yeah, that money goes straight in the pot down there, and physics happens. It's also, a really good way if you don't want to do like a subscription thing. I know some people don't like doing that. You can also do bits if you don't like a subscription thing. If you get Twitch bits, they also go in the pot down there. And of course, you can always subscribe on, there we go, Dylan Cotter. There we go, well timing it. Must time sub announcement perfectly. That was pretty well timed. Yeah, you can also subscribe on Twitch. Perfect example just there. Thank you to Dylan. And also Hollywood Hines, thank you very much. There we go, perfect proof right there. Perfectly timed. So yeah, you can support us by subscribing on Twitch, and you also get access to emotes and stuff, so that you can have like your try emote, your hype emote. I think we've got a few others that are still being tweaked to make sure that Twitch doesn't disprove them. Disprove them? Unprove them? Not allow them? What's the word?
Kick him in the balls.
Yeah, so Twitch doesn't kick out emotes in the balls. That is a technical term used by Twitch on their back end, but it's 100% reliable. So... Last time on Does That Number, the team managed to fly and get lost for a month in drill space. Ran out almost of air, ran out of food a long time ago. Find their way to a water planet. Unfortunately, the air was completely toxic to human life, having a lot of chlorine in it. They managed to set down, find some inhabitants. The inhabitants turned out that they were like a Renaissance-y, steam-era kind of civilization who didn't really understand the full aspects of electronics, but managed to maintain a society under the water. They were effectively Russian Vikings in a subnautical environment, fighting off an enemy who seems to be somewhat intelligent in the form of deep swimmers. After their little battle, the team managed to find out that they could go and try and pillage a ship that had crashed a few years ago, a little bit to the north. With some inventive use of psychic powers on the behalf of the Psionics, who actually are based there, they managed to use one that allowed them to have a little bubble around them that they could breathe. They then got back on board the ship. And Cooper kind of broke down, and it turned out, with Stax's mechanical know-how, that Cooper actually appears to be an AI, that at some point after he was almost killed in a incident earlier, that he was replaced with an AI. Cooper has a bit of an existential crisis going on, not knowing if he's the same Cooper, if he's a copy of the Cooper, and what that means for his immortal soul. Is there such a thing as a soul? Little bit of a crisis going on right now, and we rejoin them as they are
Like, is he actually, like, sentient, or is he just a copy of Cooper? Like, that's where it really starts to be a mess, is that, like, is he just the emulation of sentience through, like, internal processes? Or is he, like, actually Cooper's consciousness transferred over? I don't think he is. I think Cooper's dead. And this is just a mannequin. A very Cooper-flavored mannequin.
And he doesn't know. He's like, I don't know what I am anymore. I don't know how this works.
I mean, I'm not saying Delilah's going to lick him, so I'm not so sure about the flavor, but I agree with everything else you said.
I'd kill myself and re-roll, frankly.
but now it's not even death. It's not even
There's
death
cool things
anymore.
about being a robot, though.
You can be a real pilot that's a real human. You already were. You had a taste. You can have it back again.
But I feel like that already. That's
we rejoin the crew as they're all effectively sitting around in their ship in the dining room, kind of common room area, along with their friend Grigor, who has agreed to go with them on this operation, mainly because he's the guy who's operating their telekinetic powers that allows them to breathe right now. And
He's
Cooper
the bubble
is,
master.
He is. And Cooper is currently going through his existential crisis. So, we'll continue where we left off.
Like, one of the worst people to have an existential crisis in front of, too. Because there's someone with, like, no emotional empathy whatsoever, because he's from, like, a Viking death world. So he's just like, yeah, get over it, be a man. Like, that's going to be his response to, like, everything.
You must be swift as a coursing rain, be a man.
I believe the last thing that happened was I walked back in and the underwater Russian Viking, which is a thing I never expected to encounter, or the psychic underwater Russian Viking leader has told me that it's time to fly over to the place.
He's not the leader, but...
Well, he's the leader of the psychic Vikings.
He's one of them.
Isn't he?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought he was the boss. Oh, well.
I thought it was too. I honestly kind of was, because I think that's why we went and talked to that guy last week. I think there's a little bit of confusion about his, like, we knew he wasn't number one, but we thought he was number two, as in like Riker, not like Poopy.
Number two.
Yeah. Again, as in Riker, not Poopy.
Okay, so back aboard the ship. How y'all feeling? You ready to go do your mission?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. It's time to get off this backwater.
Yeah, when the guy tells me that, I just look around at everyone. I don't look particularly happy. I don't look particularly anything at the moment, actually. I'm just sort of... I look at him for a minute and go, yeah, okay, and turn around and make my way back to the bridge and make ready to leave again.
Okay. Ulysses and Grigor basically stick fairly close, discussing nothing at all.
Hi, Ulysses. How are you doing today? I know this is a lot to process.
I assume that it's like the conversation between the two Rons. You ever watch Parks and Rec where Ron from Eagleton meets Ron from Pawnee, and they just have like a conversation by sitting there and staring at each other?
Well, they do
That's
have
basically how I
telepathy.
figure it happens.
They do have telepathy, so I mean, it is feasible.
True.
They just sat there making manly faces at each other and was like, what?
Bentham, can you
scowling.
please give us an example of a manly face before we move on?
What? I was basically just imagining a Ron Swanson face of just like deadpan staring, slightly angry.
It's staring with a mustache. That's all that it is. That's how you take
That's
a
the
normal
thing. You
stare
need a
to a
mustache.
manly
I
stare.
can't emulate it because I don't have the mustache you need.
So do I have to
tried to
cover
grow
the
a
rest of my
mustache.
beard to do that? Like,
Yeah, I look awful, man. If I wear a mustache, it's just awful. Like I had one for like
I
a
like
week,
Benson
and
with
I
a
was like, I
mustache.
can't do this
we should
anymore.
keep that.
Just stick it on me.
Good.
I can't do the stash. I was just makes me think of Tom Selleck. It's just creepy. Can't do it. All right.
Yeah.
So
I don't
how,
know. There's something different about like our parents' generation, like my dad and like all his friends back in like the
Yep.
80s with the big mustaches and
Yep.
like the shirts that were all open on the top.
Yep.
Our generation can't pull it off. I don't know why.
yeah, it's just a thing. So it's just a thing. But yeah.
Anyways, that got off course. Thanks, Bentham.
Yeah. You should have just made the manly face and called it a day.
Okay, Cooper has run off to the bridge. Meanwhile, in the main area, Delilah and Stax are kind of left at the table, looking awkwardly at each other, wondering whether the guy flying the ship is entirely there.
Well, now that Cooper's a robot, do you like him less or do you like him more? Because technically, I'm just saying, is this Cooper responsible for all the things that happened to you? Or is real Cooper responsible? I don't know anymore.
Wait. Oh wait, who's he talking to?
You're the only
You.
person there.
Okay, yeah, okay. I was just confirming. Wait, but this would have happened after you had left that place where he died, right? So it was after you left the place where he died and he came back as this robot thing. That's where you would have sensed the android killing machine outside of the airlock, and then I would have appeared. So it would be this Cooper, right? So yeah, this one scares me.
Well, that's a good thing, though. If you really think about it, if you look at the positive side, like, you're afraid of robot emulation Cooper. You're not afraid of, like, real Cooper. But real Cooper's dead. So it's like, he was a nicer guy. But robot emulation Cooper apparently likes to eat food even though he doesn't need it.
Yeah. My only memories of real Cooper was him being gruesomely murdered. So I hope he was a nice guy, and I hope he rests in peace. But this guy that we have here, this thing that we have here, how you're the mechanic? Can you run diagnostics and see if there's a chance of him doing what the other one did? Maybe there's some malfunction in the ship, and that's what caused the other one to go crazy. Do we have to be worried about him doing the same thing and stabbing at us and laughing repeatedly? Something along the lines of something like that?
I don't think we have to worry about that one because I'll be honest with you, Cooper doesn't seem like that. It was a very malignant thing that affected Sandeep. He just kind of like flick a switch and like lose his mind, and then you were just like, get out of the way, I guess. Go hide yourself inside the safe. As far as Cooper goes, I don't think he has it in him. I don't know. He's kind of mild-mannered, so I assume robot emulation Cooper will also suffer from the same malady.
Well, either way, it's a little frightening.
Oh, sure.
Knowing that this thing is not a person. Like I said, I've seen metal people before, but on my planet they were used for killing, not for flying ships and making life or death decisions.
Yeah, fucking robots, am I right? And I kick back into my chair with my feet on the table.
Well, if you're comfortable, I'm not happy with the way he calculated out odds to his benefit and not ours. But if you trust him to some degree, you know machinery better than I do. I'll keep an eye on him, but I won't point a gun at his back.
Well, I don't
Speaking
think
of-
it's really a matter of trust. It's just he's the only guy that knows how to, even though he's a cop, he's the only guy that knows how to fly this Big Betty. Nobody else knows how to fly it, so until we come up with a different plan to get around, Cooper gets an extra bit of space because, like, he's sort of vital. Like, I just shoot guys. Anybody can shoot guys. Like, anybody can go, brah, and I pull a pistol out, and then I put it back in. But like, he's got like technical skills as shit.
Actually, I can't shoot, guys. The first time I've ever held a firearm because of the laws of my planet was when you gave me the harpoon gun. So could you show me how? I mean, I understand what side you point where and that you pull the trigger. I get that, but could you teach me anything?
That's something I can do.
Well, at the very least, it could be an RP thing, but mechanics would be nice.
As far as I'm aware, there's no mechanics for teaching skills, but you know,
If the
you
creator of
RP it
Stars
well,
Blood Number is watching this game, make a mechanic for Delilah to learn gun shooting through Splat. No?
There's lead. Lead is kind of
Stacks.
similar.
Stacks! God damn it.
Yeah, I'll go through and I'll be like, hey, if you want to learn how to shoot a gun, I mean, you got the guy. And so I'm not going to let you practice on Donna, obviously, because Donna is for experienced hands. You got to have some time in the game before you get to play around with Donna. But I go and get a bunch of pistols and guns and stuff, and then we set up cans in the kitchen area and start shooting guns.
Cool.
you're shooting
Do
guns
we
inside your
actually
spaceship.
Yeah, I was going to say, are we
Yeah.
actually shooting like lead slugs? Is this like a thing?
Absolutely.
If he thinks it's a good idea, she has a 6 wisdom. She also thinks it's a good idea.
This is only like a 5-minute hop, right? It's only a
I
few
have a
miles,
6,
right?
I have a 6 wisdom too. 6 wisdom, pals.
Yes! Oh, this is amazing.
Can you both roll me some attack rolls for shooting then? Roll me 6.
Are there, like-
awesome.
Are there like alarms that'll set off when they detect certain weapons being
Well,
fired?
you will hear a pistol being fired inside your ship.
That's the point. Yeah, it's not exactly far away,
A
is it?
contained, now somewhat pressurized environment, you would definitely hear a pistol being fired.
So what check do you need?
Just make like 6 attack rolls because your pistol can have 6 bullets in it. So,
Quick question.
Are you sure we don't want to just do shoot checks?
no, attack rolls because you're attacking a can.
There's a difference between the two. What's the damage of a pistol? Because I imagine you're going to ask us to roll damage when I hit something.
No, not really.
Okay, cool. Then I'll just roll pistol. I apply my -1 because I am still starving or whatever.
Mhm.
It's only been a couple days. Oops. Come back over here to do that. -1. Here's my first one. And you said to do 6 of these?
Splat's first roll was a natural 1.
I was going to
I'm
let
gonna
Splat
reroll
go.
that with my scene setting thing. To start from the second one down.
Isn't that the right roll though?
What?
Which the right? Oh, what? No, it's the right. Isn't it the right roll? It's a. So yeah, it was a natural 1, right?
Yeah, but I'm re-rolling it with my warrior ability.
Oh, because once per scene you can choose to automatically hit.
It might be. I don't know if it's re-rolling or automatically hitting. They keep changing the rules on me, so I can go check it real fast.
Yeah, go check, because if you can automatically hit, that'll still be a hit, but it'll still be a crit 1, because it doesn't allow a reroll, because it doesn't change the crit.
I'll let you finish doing your rolls before I do mine.
Yeah,
Just
I
so it
think
doesn't
Stacks
get
was showing
confusing.
the first few shots, so.
Yeah. Are you done yet, Splat?
Yeah, I'm just checking the warrior rules real quick.
Sure.
How many rolls
Am
did
I-
you need? Because that's 4 right there.
Just 2 more.
Okay.
Those are good rolls. Damn. All right. And did he need to do one more because he was re-rolling that, or no?
I'm checking the rules to see if I get a
Yeah.
reroll or if, because they've changed the rules
So
a couple
I
times
think
now,
it's
so I just
I
want to
think
make
it's
sure.
an auto hit. I don't think it's a reroll, because I think they tried to eliminate too much rolling. Delilah, if you want to put your 6 in now.
Sure. I almost like just looking at these numbers here. I almost feel like he's like just point and shoot, and she does. And it's like a horrible miss. He's like, nah, let me show you. And boom, 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 before she takes it back and
Bada
keeps
boom!
trying. It's kind of like
Right in the guy's head.
right in the guy's head.
I imagine I
Alright.
noticed pretty sharpish that there are guns being fired.
I'm just
Did
gonna
they
We'll
finish
roll.
their
find out on
Kickstarter
that
for
first
art?
roll.
This version has art in it. It doesn't have any blank spaces like it had before.
Damn it.
I think it's placeholder art, because I think they're doing a Kickstarter for actual new art, but it might just be the old art.
For And 5 plus the 1 that I rolled above. So I started with a 7, ended with a 9, and had all those.
Okay, so any roll of like a 10 or more will hit because it's a can. So you got 4 out of 6. Stack's got 5 out of 6.
It says in the description that it turns it into a successful hit, which seems to denote that like it wouldn't be a crit anymore or a crit fail anymore.
Yeah.
Like it takes a missed attack and it just supplements that for whatever value would make it hit, essentially.
I still think it would be I still think it would be a crit fail, but it would then become a success, but still because it'll take any other roll as well. So for the sake of this, your first bullet, Cooper, you hear that first bullet. Stax, can you roll damage?
Yeah. That is a... Where's my weapon slot at? Weapon slot, where'd you go?
What are we actually shooting at? What did Stax actually line up for us to shoot at?
I imagine there's just like small pots and pans that are in the pantry, effectively. Where's the weapon damage? Oh, that's
5.
5. Okay, Cooper. You hear a loud bang followed by a ting, 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 and something bounces off some internal bulkheads and pings back and forth behind you into the cabin and hits you in the back.
Okay.
You take
You
2
missed the
points of
tin
damage.
can and hit the Tin Man. What? What?
And Delilah still won't be mad at me because she doesn't even like you.
He's not a person.
You only take 2 points of
He's not
damage
a
because it's half
person, he's a
rounded down
thing.
because it's a ricochet.
It's like shooting an oven.
It's like, dude, I love that oven. Yo,
Ethically, we're clear.
Meanwhile, in the actual galley, Stacks, all 6 of the tins you lined up go ting, 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 and you're pretty sure that the first one may have ricocheted weirdly and gone through the partition wall, but it was all a hit. That's fine.
It's fine.
Delilah
I will
manages to
imagine
sink forward.
shout out in pain. I don't know if they hear that from the front
They
of the
probably
ship.
would. It's not that
Wait,
far.
do I feel pain? That's the point.
Yes, you do.
I feel?
I'm just saying, Data had
Why
the
would they
ability to
install that?
turn off pain. You know
That
what I mean?
seems pointless. Like, why would you even install that subsystem on a robot? Be like, no, I want this robot to feel pain. I just leave that out.
Well, to identify damage, system failures and stuff like
Yeah.
that. I get that, but Data could turn it off.
But
Yeah,
if he
Cooper,
feels
you can
pain
also
now, that
turn-
means
you
that
can turn off your ability to feel pain.
we have an ethical problem again. Now that he can feel pain, it's like shit. Like if he didn't suffer, he was like a plant or like a toaster. It's fine. But now he feels pain. Now we got to think about it all over again and get into these moral quandaries.
Splat. That just means we get to enjoy it when we hurt him. That's all.
Cooper, yeah,
So,
you can turn off your pain if you want.
All right. Am I actually aware of that though, or is Cooper aware of that, or does he just have to deal
It
with it
depends
until
how
he
much
works
you're
it out?
thinking about your AI and your mechanical body, because the more you think about it, the more the systems will become obvious to you.
That is currently basically the only thing on his mind.
In which case, you're finding out right now, while sitting in the pilot's chair, oh, I've got lots of control and I can edit things, and ow, as you am instantly hit in the back by a bullet going fairly low velocity.
Am I able to? I imagine that I can't leave my seat unless there's some sort of autopilot maybe that can
You
keep
haven't
this flying.
actually rolled a pilot check yet, so you're still doing the pre-flight check. So you can leave your seat.
Oh, we're still on the ground.
Yeah, you haven't taken off yet.
Oh yeah, I jump straight up and go straight for the mess, just
You get
shouting as I
into the
go.
mess.
What the hell are you doing? I just
As you
got
get into the
shot
mess, you see Delilah shooting at tins.
Damn it! I missed that last one.
Are you insane? Stop doing that!
Oh,
What?
you didn't miss the last one. Look, he's got a hole in him. Robot emulation Koopa got shot.
Was that
Get
me?
yourselves killed, because if you put a hole in the hole, you'll all die.
I dropped the gun quickly. I dropped the gun quickly. I'm like, was that me? Did I shoot you?
I have no idea. I guess it's a 50-50 chance. I say, looking between the two of them.
I'm pretty sure it was Delilah. Robot emulation Koopa. She did it. I point at her with the gun.
For God's sake, just sit down and don't do anything before you get yourselves killed. Just trying to get us over to the... Oh, whatever. And I turn around and storm off again.
He was teaching me how to shoot so we don't die.
Don't worry. Robot emulation Koopa's just mad because he's not a warrior, so he can't negate the damage in every scene. It's fine.
I'm not sure what that means, but
Yeah,
I
don't
have
worry about
a
it.
feeling it's true either way. You know robots better than I do.
So Cooper, do you want to do the takeoff check now?
All right. Do I need to do a pilot roll when it's just like a hop from one place to another?
Yeah, because the ship's not
Okay.
operating great right now. It's a really easy DC.
All right. We make the roll. That's pretty good. 13 reduced to
include the
12 by the
-1?
fact.
Oh yeah, 12. Okay. So
Yeah.
yeah, with seeming ease, despite the fact that some of your thrusters are cutting out, you managed to take off and fly over to roughly where you think they kind of indicated that ship went down. You can run scans over the area if you want.
I'll start doing that.
Cool. That'll also be a -1 because it's again using the ship.
What will that be? Notice?
Sure.
Or are you thinking like another pilot roll?
Yeah, just make a notice check.
All right. 7. Oh, would that be with the -1 because it'll be ship related sensors and stuff? Okay, 6.
Still, a big object made of metal in water is kind of easy to spot, and you find that there is probably about 100 meters down, a very large section of ship with a few other bits nearby within the next few square miles. Fairly close to that is what appears to be a damaged section of brass tubing connected to another section of brass tubing, and all of them seem somewhat damaged in some way. They're all deformed, like they've suffered multiple impacts.
I'll use the PA to say, we're here.
Thank
I
you,
can see the
Robot
ship.
Cooper.
So is there somewhere for me to put down, or is everything submerged?
Everything is water. It's no land here. Land was very, very rare on this planet.
Is there anything
look at
close
Delilah.
to the surface?
Not really.
Then I call over the PA. I can't actually land anywhere. It's water as far as I can see.
Do you think when he got shot, his systems malfunctioned, and that's why he can't land the ship?
Well, I mean, he got us here without starving us half to death this time. I say as I slam a crunchy bar into my mouth.
Well, for now, it's only been an hour.
That's true. Give him time. He'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'm sure. I get up to go into the cockpit to see what he's talking about, because I believe you had said beforehand we have a glass area in the cockpit so you can actually see outside as well.
Yeah, the entire
So,
front, like half of the cockpit is glass, and you can see quite easily.
I'll knock on the door that Ulysses and his bromance friend are hanging out in, so that they know that we're heading up front in case they want to join us as well.
Thank you very much.
I go up front.
Okay.
What's Bentham? What Bentham? What you doing?
I'm at the moment, I guess, hovering above the area, doing more scans and getting a better lay of the land, or the lack of land.
Gotcha.
Okay. Roll me another notice check. -1.
So I'm gonna go over and just kind of like lean out and look out the glass to see where it is that we might be able to land the ship. I imagine I'm not going to be very helpful. Can I roll as well?
If you want to use a sense, it'll be a notice check. If you want to try and think of somewhere to land, you could use a knowledge check.
Both of those will be awful. I'll do a knowledge check. Knowledge,
a 9.
intelligence.
Yes. This time,
Here's what we do.
with a 9, you do spot also that there do seem to be some large organisms down there.
I'll say it's not empty. I guess that's some deep swimmers down there. I point out the sensor readings for it. This isn't going to be an easy job of just finding the thing and taking it back.
I don't think any of us expected it to be easy. Otherwise, they would have done it a long time ago. I mean, they may not have the best, tools, but they're not cowards. They would certainly take the chance if they knew there was any chance of success. It's exposed wherever it is that we're we're going into, it's exposed. So how far down underwater can you bring the ship?
Is the answer not at all? Or is there some sort of leeway with it before it becomes a problem?
You could put the ship on the surface of the water and it would float. Provided it's got air in it
That's
and it
the point.
doesn't breach and flood. You're good.
Mm-hmm.
It's airtight.
Oh, really? That then? Yeah, I best I can do is set it down on the surface. Shouldn't be a major
No,
issue.
I mean like go under the surface to like where it is that the other thing is, to where it is that the other ship is crashed and stuck at the bottom, because it's
This
like
wasn't-
exposed to.
This wasn't really built for that.
Make a
Oh,
knowledge check, Cooper. The ship
9.
certainly wasn't built for that. You could try and like max out the grav systems to try and push you under the water, but then the ship isn't really designed to the external pressure on it. I don't know. You'd be very much risking it.
I say it wasn't built for it. Maybe it could be done, but this thing's overdue a service. I wouldn't advise it.
I was just thinking. So maybe if we land on the surface, because she still doesn't know about the organisms that are down there that he had noticed. Maybe if
I
we
did
land on
say
the
that-
surface and.
I did say that there were organisms down there.
Oh, are they big ones or?
I didn't exactly. Well, I showed the readings and I said that there are life forms down there, probably deep swimmers. I didn't get any more specific.
Well, I'm thinking maybe, because I was thinking if we landed on the surface and then went straight down, like if you could find out exactly where the ship is and went straight down to it, we wouldn't have to like go through the hull of the ship. We could just go down to the actual floor of the ocean and then just walk right into where the hammer is, because it's exposed to the outside. That's what my vision told me, at least. And they seem to be accurate so far. But if there's a lot of deep swimmers between here and there, then maybe it wouldn't be such a good idea, because they could catch us on the way down. So does this thing have any weapons that you can kill the like fish in a barrel?
One, but again, not designed for water.
Will it not work at all?
Do I know whether if the sun thrower will all function underwater?
It's iffy in air. In water, it'll hit the surface of the water.
So there's a tactic that you can use when you don't have all the right equipment you need when you're fishing. You can lure the fish to the surface and then get them with your harpoon, right? So maybe we can do that.
With a shot, though, the gun is top mounted.
You have to be on top. So how do you even shoot things with that?
Well,
Oh yeah,
generally
it's made
we're
for
in
space.
space.
It's made for space. That's right. Oh, how do you? Can you turn the ship and aim off the side, off the wing? Is that an option?
How doable would that be?
It's doable.
I can try that.
Okay, then we just need to lure the deep swimmers to the surface, unless killing them calls more deep swimmers. That didn't happen last time we did it at the place we were just at, but it might happen here, because it's not like they're attacking. This could be their home. Your opinion on this? Can you
I would guess
process or
that-
calculate the chances of success?
I look around. I turn around slowly in my chair and just look at her and say, I imagine that based on the fact that they hate everyone on this planet, they also hate us and will try and kill us if we go anywhere near them.
I do have to ask a question because you phrased it like that. Do you, though? Like, I'm just trying to understand it because I've never had a conversation with a metal man before. Do you imagine? Or is that just a turn of phrase you use to explain your processes?
I just turn back around and say, I think our best bet is to send someone in with guns and then try and use the sand throw if we can. It's not guaranteed to work. I think our only option is killing them.
You mean hang someone from a line and have them like aggravate them and then pull them back up? like a worm on a hook.
I guess
But,
it could
the
be done
worm
that
is one of
way.
us, and the ship is the hook, or at least the pole.
That's one way of doing it.
Is there another option? Like, what else do we have to lure them up? I could try.
Maybe just
I could try
making
the
enough
visions.
noise.
I could try the visions. Maybe. Oh.
Oh, don't go
No.
calling a whole army of them again,
Yeah,
please.
I just thought of that. I was like, oh wait, what if more come? Do you know how many? Can you look again and with your scanners and see how many there are?
All right, I have another look at the scans.
Looking at scans, you'd say there's probably about 2 small ones that you could see and one that's a bit larger.
That's what I say. It looks like 2 of the normal ones and 1 of the bigger ones.
I mean, I'm sure that Ulysses and his friend, whose name I can never remember because I'm a terrible PC, I'm sure that they would rather just swan dive into the ocean and to kill those things like men. But I think it would be safer if we were to try to lure them and use. You called it a sand throw? Does it actually throw sand?
Basically, yes. I mean, it throws sand really fast, and it's special sand.
Okay.
So like what? Chinchilla sand? Like aquarium sand?
It's like the stuff with this like 2% glue, so it like holds together nice. I forgot what it's called.
So or
Kitty
the
litter?
magnetic sand. The magnetic sand you get at like a museum.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So we can lure it up here. We just need to decide the best way to lure it up here without calling a whole damn army, as you said. You keep looking around. I'll go talk to Stax and see what he thinks.
Yeah, ask the. What are these people called again? I've forgotten have they got a name for themselves?
Space Russians in water.
Odinsons?
They're the Spushins.
Yeah, that's right.
I would say ask the Odin guy if that crazy thing he does lets him float or whatever.
Well, I head back that way. I was like, I'll ask him as well. I head back there and go straight to Stax, and I'm like,
yeah, you notice that Stax and Grigor and Ulysses are all now in the main hallway area.
okay, cool. So is there a door between like where I was in the room with Bentham and where I'm going, or are there 0 doors?
If you want to shut a door, you can.
I would like to shut a door. And when I get over there, the first thing I'm going to say when I go up to Stax is I'll be like, I was talking to him about what it is that we can do and our options, and he said, and I quote, "The only option is killing." He said that quote. Just want to make sure it's known. He said the exact quote, "The only option is killing." Hold on. And I'm going to go and get like my the recording from my Argus web. And I'll be like, I have it right here if you care to see it. And you can hear the tone. He had like a look. Just saying, I'm not crazy. I have it here. But in the meanwhile, there are deep swimmers in the ocean beneath us, 2 smaller ones, 1 medium one. I know we could probably just kill them, but I think it's important that we be safe because we're probably going to come across more. Why risk injury now if we're probably going to be facing more later? So the idea is if we can lure them to the surface and use the sand thrower to take care of them, like luring fish to the surface and hitting them with a harpoon, because it's easier to get them when you're above water as opposed to in water. That was kind of the thought. It's just a matter of how we can lure them up here. Thoughts?
Or we can just go down and, well, I mean, I would prefer to shoot them with a gun, I guess. It's a little bit disappointing so far that I haven't been able to shoot them with a gun underwater. I mean, I can, but it's not as satisfying. I don't know, the recoil feels off, and then I just don't even feel like shooting them at all when we're in that water. Oh no. And that's kind of weird for me, you know? Like, normally I really feel like shooting guys, but underwater just takes all the fun out of it. I don't know. I'd just rather go home.
Well, one step at a time, right? So if we like this plan, how are we going to lure them to the surface to just blast the hell out of them with that thing?
I go to the cabinet and get barbecue sauce.
You ate the barbecue sauce. You ate everything.
No barbecue sauce?
I spilled soda on myself.
You would have definitely drank and eaten whatever barbecue sauce is there. You have salsa, barbecue sauce, tomato ketchup. You ate the mayonnaise. Like, everything is gone. Everything.
You don't even have... Man, there goes my comedy bit.
Oh.
I was gonna get a bottle of barbecue sauce and then walk up to Delilah and just go...
No, I can't think of anything edible left on the ship because you literally ate everything.
Well, we would, I imagine, have at least some amount of food that we brought with us from the other place, but that food is made out of deep swimmers, and so probably wouldn't be very.
You didn't bring any
alluring.
food with you. You didn't say you would bring any food or any provisions. You had a meal and you left, and so there's none.
I'll be far more careful with my. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice.
Ain't gonna fool me again.
I'll be far more careful with my words moving forward.
Stacks, you do find you've got like some of that, I think it'll be pink powder from last night that you squirreled away in like one of your pockets.
Wait, I've got cocaine in my pocket?
Yeah, basically.
Like I didn't even plastic bag it, I just put cocaine in my pocket?
Yeah?
Man.
Bit of plastic.
Wait,
So.
wait, you're saying it's loose? It's
Yeah,
loose
so
coke.
it's just cocaine with like
Like
little
he
chunks
has to
of lint
turn the
in it.
pocket inside out and he has
cat
like
fur
lick
in
the
it.
pocket.
Pretty much. They don't have plastic bags, so.
They have like little vessels though, like
But we don't?
Made of
Like we
brass
ate
or
the
something.
plastic bags too?
Well, I assume that at some point during like last night's frivolities, you just pocketed it just for the sake of it.
Delilah, would you like some space cocaine? And then I pull my pocket out and dump it on the table.
The pink one does what again?
I don't know.
You experienced the pink one. It was the first one you had.
Oh, okay. I look at that and I'm like, ooh. So we did discuss this option as well. It was the idea if I go looking for them, maybe they look back, and that's a way to lure them.
How
The
close
only
is her
problem-
face to the table?
How
What?
close is what?
How close is her face to the table?
Oh God.
I don't know. Quite close. Like she definitely said, "What did the pink one do?" So I assume that she was leaning in to inspect it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would be
She
near.
does that,
yeah,
I go,
I maybe even
"Achoo!"
fiddling
And I
with one of
blow it
my
all
hands.
over her face.
Okay. Roll me a sneeze attack. I don't know. Delilah, make me a mental saving throw with plus 5.
So Stat's gonna
excuse
blow it
me.
all over my face, and I have
Sorry.
to make a mental saving throw.
In
Gotcha.
my pocket, got my allergies acting up. That was my fault. I'm sorry about that.
Oh God. Oh, so funny.
Delilah, you start having like a weird out-of-body experience slightly. It's odd though because it's kind of trippy in time, not space. Like you're experiencing events slightly before and then slightly after they happen. It's really confusing, and you're just kind of a bit dissociated from reality right now.
Gotcha.
Bit dissociated from reality most of the time. Doesn't take drugs to get there for Delilah.
Question. While I'm in this state, since I'm already like in this state and kind of like out there and whatnot, I imagine my inhibitions are lowered. That being said, should I try to see the more or less make it work through my actual power? Is that an option? Or is that just like, no, your chance of failure is so high, it's really dangerous, more even higher than before?
How do you mean? Do you mean can you use your powers?
Yes. I would say RP wise, my inhibitions are lowered, but what would the actual effect be?
In game of using your powers, you have the tier 0 precognition ability. So whatever the tier 0 precognition ability is, but you would have to burn to use it because you're not trained in its use. Torture
or whatever.
Yeah.
I have to, and I can only see what I think is a minute into the future is the way it works. It's just,
Probably so.
is that my immediate future, or can I see like other places? I don't understand like the
it's
exact.
your future.
Oh, huh. That's not gonna be super helpful. No. And there's no way to torch to be able to use those other abilities. The
No,
other
you'd have to have them somehow.
Gotcha. Okay. So that doesn't help me. Okay, no, never mind. I will not do that then. If there's no benefit, despite the risk for this, then I won't do it. Okay. So she just starts, we'll say, enjoying her experience. She's like, oh no, oh, that's okay. That's, ooh.
Oh no, you sneezed 5
okay.
grams worth of cocaine into my face. What a
Ooh.
horrible Saturday.
Oh, oh, oh. Ooh.
Hey,
That is-
robot emulation of Cooper. I gave Delilah cocaine so the monsters would see us to come up to the surface so you could shoot them with the sand thrower.
There's a microphone in front of me. Does somebody listen to everything that I say?
You did what?
He doesn't hear because Delilah closed the door so that
Oh,
you can
okay.
hear.
Damn it.
Grigor goes open and opens the door after a bit of trying because he doesn't understand electric doors, but he's seen you use it a few times. And the door. Cooper, this slick-haired Donald wants to talk to you.
Am I able to move away from the controls, or would?
Yeah, the ship's just
would
gonna
that-
float there.
Okay. I just set on autopilot, and then I make sure I lock it out so that no one but me can control it, because I'm not letting anyone else wander in here.
Okay.
High on space coke, and then start pressing buttons. And then I follow out and say, "What's going on?"
Oh, hey, robot emulation of Cooper. I gave Delilah space cocaine so that she could summon powers and then make them come up to the surface so that you could shoot them with the sand thrower.
That seems like a great plan.
Well, you know, this guy always thinking.
I'll just make sure I'm ready to. Well, I guess we're in the air, so they can't touch us. I hope. I turn to
How far in the air are you?
Grigor. I turn to Grigor and say, "They can't fly, right?"
How far in the air are you?
I don't know.
10 feet, 100
What's
feet,
this-
1,000 feet?
What can you do the scanners with?
Like 100, I guess.
Okay. No, I don't know about them going through the oversky, other than when they first got here. And they came down from the oversky, but they didn't go back up.
Ah, that's fine then. But still, is that really the best of ideas? I mean, last time it didn't exactly go well for anyone involved.
Worked out pretty well for me. I got to shoot guys.
Right. Well, hopefully the only guys who get to shoot this time are the ones that we actually have to shoot.
Is the sand thrower? Can I shoot that? Is it a shoot check? Nice.
Yep, it's a
Cooper.
turret man.
Cooper, I'm gonna go get in the turret. I head over the turret.
All right, though I don't know if they're coming yet. I turn to look at Delilah. I don't suppose you've made contact or anything?
I would think that there is light coming from you, but there's not. It's colors.
Okay, we're not getting
Every
anything there.
part
I'm
of you
gonna
is colors.
listen. I'm gonna fly us over the ship. You just shoot at the sea, and we'll see if they notice.
You're made of stardust. I like it.
If that doesn't work, maybe we push her at the back and maybe she'd be bait.
Yes.
I already brought that up, but we didn't have any barbecue sauce.
Oh. He pulls out some, like, seasoned bits of meat that have just been dried and cured to try and provide, like, long-term sustenance. Maybe these will help.
Is it barbecue sauce? I can hear you talking, but I can't tell if it's barbecue sauce.
It is not barbecue sauce. I do not know what barbecue sauce is. Okay, so... What's the plan?
I go back to the bridge. Am I able to just tilt the ship like and stay in one place?
Yeah.
I don't know how these things fly. Yeah, I get in the seat then and call over to Stag, so I guess he's now in the turret. And say, all right, I'll try tilting. I'll show you. I guess I can like send to his like targeting thing. Can I like mark anything on that? How fancy is this?
Yeah, I assume you can kind of indicate places and stuff for him.
Yeah, I'll send like the coordinates of where the ship is and say, I guess if they're gonna come up, that's where they're gonna come up. You could try shooting at the sea and maybe they'll notice something weird's going on.
I'm gonna wait until look at the scanner. Let me know when they get close to the surface, and I'll go brah, and I'll blow them up. But like, I don't even know what I'm shooting at right now because I can't see anything. They're the same color as the water, and this is disappointing.
Well, I call him the PA, so I'm not exactly sure what we're supposed to do here. I throw something in the water, maybe. Grigor, are the deep swimmers attracted to anything in particular?
They are attracted to our community and our way of life, and they want to kill us.
If you ever want to, like, draw them somewhere, is there something you can do?
You could be there, and they will come to kill you.
Alright, I'll try setting down and see if they find that interesting enough.
Okay,
And I start lowering the ship.
Fair enough. Make me a pilot check.
It'll be a 10 with the -1.
That's still perfectly fine. It's a very low DC. As you sort of settle into the water, the ship creaks and sways quite a bit. Now the artificial gravity not quite managing to eliminate all the bumps there. And you're fine. You're in the water.
I'm able to keep tilted so the sand thrower can point at the sea?
Barely. Not really. Yes, it's pointing at the sea a little bit, but there's a big section of maybe 100 meters to the ship that it can't hit because it can't decline that much.
Call over to Stax. This is the best I can do. If they start coming towards us, I can try lifting off again and get a better angle.
Okay.
I
Is
keep an eye
anything on
scanners.
scanners?
Yeah, roll me with the scanners at a -2, Cooper, because they're now submerged and they're not designed to be used from underwater.
They're just like, we're detecting large amounts of water. Proximity 0 meters.
Yeah, no, they are detecting large amounts of water. The thermals
That's a
are
9.
showing lots of water at about probably something like 12 degrees, I think, for this planet. I'd have to double check. However, you do sense there is movement towards the ship. You can't really get a lock on them particularly, just because of the nature of the water in the way. But you do know there's movement towards the ship, like some elements are moving with a purpose and changing direction towards the ship.
They're on the move. Keep an eye out.
I ping them when they get close enough that I can shoot them with the stand gun.
Will do. Hopefully they get close enough to the surface. Hopefully, if that doesn't work, me lifting off will prompt them to surface and see what I am.
Cooper, they start getting within 100 meters.
Does that mean that they wouldn't be able to be shot with the sand thrower?
Well, they're not coming from sea level, they're coming from below.
Okay, they're still below.
About 50 meters away from the ship now.
Did I miss something? What are you
lift
doing
off.
to lure them?
Landing in the sea.
Okay, so you actually, because that, okay. Because I heard
Yeah,
that you
when-
landed, but I didn't realize that was the lure. Okay.
When they
ahead.
get close, I try lifting off.
How close?
Well, when you said 50 meters.
Okay. Sure, you start taking off. Pulling out the water kind of pushing against the ship. It will sway back and forth. And you're now back into the air.
All right, I'll try and do a quick... Can the ship sidestep? I guess it can if I can tilt it in midair.
Kind of vaguely. Yeah, it's not particularly as agile at doing that, but yeah, make me a pilot check.
I'll try drifting it to the side and then tilting it back so that the sand thrower has a shot at where I was landed. That's a 10.
Quite nimbly, the ship floats up, still angled, and then kind of drops and twists a little bit more as it swings to the side. Stax, you can now see the water below you, and you do notice that there's a slightly dark patch where something is recoiling a little mandible tentacle.
Yes! I shoot at it.
Okay, make me a shoot roll.
Is this a new scene?
No, this is the same scene.
It's a 6.
You've never fired this weapon in an atmosphere before, let alone at a ground-based target. This is a very interesting effect. The sand thrower is designed to throw lots and lots of microscopic charged particles down.
I thought we did use this in atmosphere once before.
Used it
when
in a
we
non-atmosphere environment.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that's
right.
right.
You play on no atmosphere. That's right.
It's designed to throw a lot of microscopic particles downrange very, very fast at, a good percentage of the speed of light. So what happens when Stax twists the turret around and fires is more akin to a very spectacular light show, as every single charged particle starts hitting bits of air. The air in front of the muzzle and all the way to the target is just a huge bloom of light as the air is superheated and it is pushed outwards, basically with a linear explosion as the particle weapon basically annihilates anything in the way. The actual water itself, as soon as it hits the surface of the water, just explodes. The water is just hit with such a velocity and so much energy is imparted upon it that the oxygen and hydrogen actually split apart in the water, which then causes the free-floating hydrogen to then basically combine the oxygen in an explosion. So the kinetic energy of the particles itself combined with the hydrogen just cause a massive fireball just to erupt. The water shockwave outwards. The entire ship lurches to the side.
This is awesome!
Make me a roll.
I keep shooting. 7.
Okay, Cooper, if you can do a pilot roll.
Alright.
Is that a shoot skill as opposed to the rolling an attack roll?
It should be an attack roll. Did you use a skill roll?
Oh, I used a skill roll because I thought I was shooting.
You are shooting. That's an attack roll because he's shooting at something. So yeah, maybe an attack
should I
roll to
re-roll
replace
him?
6. Yeah, you should replace the 6.
Okay, hold on. Let me do a different one then. Ooh, I'm better at this. Is there any attack bonus on the sand thrower?
A -1 because the ship's damaged.
18!
That's a lot better. So yeah, the same explosion happens. It kind of annihilates the point you were looking at. This point that you were looking at, which was a small, dark shape, probably about the size of like a very large dog, maybe a little bit smaller than a human. Just boom, there was just a fireball. The water just explodes outwards, a huge shockwave, and your view's obscured. Cooper manages to keep the ship from being knocked out of the air at low altitude by the explosive force.
Good. Because I fucking keep shooting. This gun is awesome. Die!
Okay, roll
I guess
again.
I see that. Oh god. I guess I see quickly that like the job is probably done based on the first shot.
Cooper, you see like a huge wall of water just come up and pelt the side of the ship with just the explosion knocks bits of droplets out. This huge superheated fireball causing steam and a shockwave. And then there's just another... make me another pilot roll.
Best
Stacks.
gun
This
ever!
air of water is actually going down before it can flow in because you are annihilating so much of it. So the water is actually like a big dip where you're shooting now. Make him another pilot roll as he keeps firing.
Well, as soon as like the second shot is fired, I'm like, whoa, no, stop.
He fired 5 times, so that'll be 2 more pilot rolls on top of that.
Oh god.
Yeah,
Yeah,
at this
we did
point,
alright.
at this point,
those only
you managed
-1s on them.
At this point, you manage to get far enough away. It's fine. You pass all of them. Far enough away and tilt back up. The sand thrower no longer has line of sight. But that air of water has been thoroughly nuked.
Like, jeez, I think the first one got him. Just
There's
don't.
no response.
Did you blow yourself up in there? Get out of the gun.
So this is a noisy and just like the ship is being thrown around like you said, and it's noisy as hell, right? I imagine Delilah's reactions to this are quite comical. Just her interpretations of what they are because it's still in full effect when this happens. So the drug is still in full effect when it happens. So I imagine her being kind of like thrown around and whatnot. It's kind of like, oh, I'm flying. And, having fun with the fact that she's having this out of body and almost trippy like experience.
Yeah, specifically out of time. So you're reacting to the explosion slightly before it happens, and then some explosions reacting slightly after they happen. So it's really, really weird to see because Grigori and Ulysses are there in the back getting knocked about, and you're in a different frame rate, like you're out of sync, like a multiplayer game where you're just on a little bit of lag and you're kind of judding around. You're like, oh no! And then the ship goes, poof. And then you're like, oh, poof. Oh no!
So would Grigori be, because he's familiar with this kind of ability more than I believe Ulysses is, would he be wise enough to realize that that's a good cue and when to hold on? Like if you're on a train and you see the people at the other end of the train are about to, you kind of like grab something? So one of those sort of...
he's done that, and Ulysses, knowing Stax relatively well at this point, has been grabbing on ever since Stax got into the gun amount.
Cool.
Probably a wise course of action.
Awesome. All right, sorry. Keep going.
I come out of the gunner's thing into the like common area, and I have visible beads of sweat like rolling down the front of my face. Whoa, that was awesome. I'll be in my bunk. And I just walk into my bunk and the door goes behind me.
Okay.
I put the ship back into a well. First of all, I scan and see like what is left of that patch of sea. I guess.
You notice
I guess
what
it's
seems
still
to be a
like there's just
small
steam
wave
everywhere.
moving out on the distance, which is probably going to be a tsunami as soon as it gets anywhere near land. A small tsunami, like a particularly big one. Like it's still a pretty small weapon, but it's going to be noticeable as soon as it reaches land.
I'm like, I think the Odin guys might notice that one. We'll just tell them we use the power of Thor or something. So yeah, I guess are there any life signs, or is there just no sign whatsoever that there was ever any life here now?
Make me a notice check. That'd be a -1 for the ridiculous environmental effects that you've knocked around, and -1 because you're using the ship.
All right. A 3.
Yeah, as far as you can tell, there are chunks of what appear to be organic matter splattered around. Very, very finely splattered around. Doesn't seem to be anything left.
I put the ship back into a hover and go back into the mess and say, I think that got him.
Oh. Yeah, it did, didn't it? And then like he comes to the door. Like, oh, hold on. Sorry, I'm seeing things double right now. It's a little confusing. Did it work? Did we lure them and shoot them?
Yeah, I'm not detecting any life. I mean, it's a bit of a mess down there. Just, that thing throws sand really fast.
It almost sounds like you're talking over yourself. It's a little confusing. Yeah, it's messy, but it worked, right? Go team.
Yeah.
She kind of like holds her hand up for a high five. I don't even know if anybody's near her.
I think I'm still at the door, so there's no one anywhere near.
After she's left hanging for a while, she eventually
Grigori, noticing you doing that, Grigori goes,
she doesn't see it.
I say, it's probably safe now for us to suit up, and then I look at Grigori or whatever and go down there.
Dad, you're already suited up. You've been breathing for last hour. So I'm not sure about you. Do you breathe?
I don't think I do. So I guess I could just walk in the sea if I like.
Would you rust?
I look down. I mean, I guess I like my skin appears to be skin. Like I don't know.
No, you got shot. Earlier.
Oh,
There'd
yeah,
be
that.
a hole in your skin. Would that rust?
Well, the holes in my. Is there a hole at my front as well as in my back, or did the bullet stop?
The bullet stopped. It had not much energy when it got to you.
I'm like, I guess we have stacks. Look at that. He's good at fixing things, which I guess is now the sort of treatment I need for gunshot wounds.
Well, at least one of us has a medic on the boat. From what I understood, the droid that I replaced was a medic, but he's gone now. So at least you benefited from that.
We can cover it. We've got a med bay anyway. We should probably be quick. I imagine we've made quite a splash. So we shouldn't.
She laughs before you say the joke.
I stop as I'm saying it, like, why are you? And then say it. But we should probably get on with it before any other deep swimmers turn up, wondering what the hell we just did.
Yeah, that's a good idea. The come down from this is a little jarring, but yeah, I should be good to swim.
All right, I go over and knock on Stax's door and say, I think we're ready to go.
I come back out with a towel on my forehead. I'm going in the water again?
Yep. Might be a bit warm now, actually. Anyway, we should get down there, get it done quick before more of them turn up.
Why do you have a towel on your head?
Sorry, I get a little warmed up when I shoot large weapons.
Oh, that's a thing. So one of you guys shot my back. Could you have a look at it? And I turn around.
Yeah,
and
you know,
point.
Damn it,
there's a little
Delilah.
bit of like a hole, and there's exposed like mechanical parts and circuitry in this like small inch by inch area.
This probably isn't conducive to being underwater.
Sorry if that was me. But you'll live.
No, I got an 11 on my fix check.
Okay, so it'll take you like 5 credits worth of scrap, which you do have around on the ship. And Cooper, you regain your HP.
Right, I'll note 5 credits to scrap. So, alright, how are we doing this?
Well, I know that we're swimming down, and can you just sink now?
I guess we'll find out.
Like, because swimming is exhausting, which I don't mind doing, but like, do you weigh enough that if you were to drop, can we like hold on to you and you'd pull us down?
Do I have any knowledge of this, or am I just completely clueless as to...
There's probably a
How
pair of
I
scales
function.
in the bathroom. Somewhere on the ship. I imagine that a pair of
Or
scales is
or
probably
or,
somewhere.
or we can just do this, and I'll like kind of like go over to him and kind of like invade his personal space and go to like wrap my arms around his, like we all did in high school. Like, I could pick you up. Oh, I could so pick you up, and like go over and wrap my arms around his waist and give him like a good like hoof.
I don't think I had that high school experience.
Yeah,
Oh,
Delilah,
you do that?
Delilah, as you do
I
that,
could pick you up. No, I
as
could
you do
totally
that,
pick
you
up.
like lift him and you're like, actually, he doesn't weigh much at all. He's 5 foot tall.
So I brace myself, I straighten my back, I make sure that I'm using proper form and everything like that. And I go to like, I'm getting ready, like, okay, let's make sure I don't like throw stuff. Whoa!
You basically
Okay.
cable toss him. Whoop.
Okay, well, that was, she's like, oh!
You just, really? Well, I mean, I guess that answers that.
I mean, you look kind of,
Please put me down.
yeah, sure. And she like put you, but she doesn't like gently put you back on the ground. It's almost like she kind of bends a little bit and then like opens her arms and lets you flop the rest of the way.
Yeah, okay. I guess that doesn't work then. I don't know what I'll do.
Well, we don't, I mean, again, because we're just going down, do we have useless things around the ship that we can hold on to drag us down so we can get there quicker? We're going to need our strength to come back up, and especially if we're fighting.
I look over to Grigory and say, so that weird thing you do with the bubbles and stuff, how does that work? Will that help us?
That weird thing with the bubble. You mean the thing that is currently keeping you alive? Or not?
Yeah, that
in
thing.
your case, Halson.
Can you use it to sink? Or I don't know how you control this stuff.
Make me look at the minor vagaries of psychic powers, why don't you? Okay, let's look at the minor vagaries of psychic powers. I don't think he can, but I'll double check for you.
So we're all currently in that bubble. How I thought we'd filled the ship with air for the duration of this, or
There's some air, but I think he's keeping the bubble on us so that we can...
No, you put all the breathable air into the tanks. You're currently using the telekinetic bubbles to breathe. There's that tiny bit of air you had is now in the telekinetic bubbles.
I hear like...
Can freely move over vertical overhanging surfaces if they're flat ground, crossing any solid surface enough to bear blah 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 blah. They can also move over liquids at their full movement rate. He can walk on water. He can make a weapon, he can make armor.
walking on water. Walking on water sounds promising. Does that just mean he's immensely buoyant?
No, I'm pretty sure I think it's just you're making a solid surface for you to just walk on, you know what I mean?
Oh, right.
As opposed to reducing your own weight.
Yeah.
It's like, you're just going to make it a little bit more solid than it currently is. You know? A semi-solid surface on a liquid, which is already semi-solid to a degree. So it's not air.
Dart, no, I cannot pull you underwater. That is normally a duty for either heavy ballast or swimming. If you do not have the muscles, then you should build them. Or possibly literally in your case, Halson.
Yeah, I guess we try swimming and see how that works.
Dart, then
Do we
what are we
bring any
waiting
of the
for?
suits? I say, should we bring any of the suits? I don't know if we really need them.
He's got us taken care of. We don't need to use the suits. But do we have something to help drag us down there so we could save our energy for the swim back up?
I'm sure
We've
they're
got a
heavy
bunch of scrap.
objects.
Let's grab some of that. We don't want you running out of battery again there, Cooper. She gives you a tap on the shoulder, but like her tap kind of misses because she saw herself tapping on the shoulder, and then she like went to go do it, but she had already done it, and so she was confused and missed you when she actually did it. So it's kind of like off-putting for a second there, and she's like, "Oh, yeah, scrap. Let's just go find that."
Okay, so you don't need the scrap because that's effectively spare parts. You've got a lot of actual just junk lying around from damaged parts of the ship that you haven't had a chance to offload. And yeah, especially the stuff in the workshop from the explosion, that needs to be cleared out and chucked away, so that'll work. So yeah, you make effectively 5 bits of ballast fairly easily.
Yeah. There's 5 things for us to hold on to and drag us down so we don't have to exert ourselves. There we go. And it also keeps the drop down. I mean, we'll be with the currents to some degree, but not ridiculous. We can swim if we need to. I imagine we don't have diver flippers. No, nothing like that lying around. No, telekinetic diver flippers, maybe. No. Okay, well, I guess I'll stop doing that then. I'm ready whenever you guys are.
Is my data slab thing waterproof? I'd imagine with it being Tech 4, they would have cracked that by now.
Yeah. I assume that Tech
Alright.
4 like equipment is waterproof generally.
I was gonna say, isn't the iPhone 7 waterproof? And that's like
I'm not sure it's waterproof
take
to
a look
80
for it.
meters.
fair enough, but the iPhone 9 or 10 will be.
Yeah, I guess we've got to like splash resistance and like momentarily dropped in a pull resistant maybe.
Besides, he could technically put that bubble on 6 people. Just put it on 5 people and your iPad.
iPads aren't capable of taking system strain.
Oh,
Oh,
good point.
well, I take that anyway.
It's a really good response, damn it.
I imagine I can set the ship down in the water, and I guess can I get it to stay where it is, or will it just sort of float about?
Yeah, I imagine that you can get to some station keeping using its small thrusters and gravimetric field.
Yeah, I set it down and do that and say, I mean, maybe I'd be better use on the ship, but if we get down there and that old ship has anything functional, then maybe there's something I can do about it. And hold up my data slab.
Dart, I'm not sure that I can properly give you air underwater as well. That seems a little bit extreme, though. I'm not sure that I will be able to hold it for that long. Do you have any way of producing diving bell helmet or any other sort?
Oh, well, we've got our suits.
Yeah, there's
I
2
go-
of them that should be filled up with like 11 hours of air or whatever.
It's a good point. What if he dies?
It is a danger, yeah.
Yeah, like we're all like Delilah's immediate response because low wisdom is, he's got it. We're good. But if he dies,
Dart, I have an idea then. If you got parts to make a 3rd diving helmet, you 3 could go down, and me and Ulysses will stay up top, and if something goes wrong, we can always try and help with our powers. All we need to do is see you.
All right, I don't know about the seeing bit, but I turn to Stax and say, I guess you can fashion something from what's left of your old suit.
I don't really have the facilities available for like fabricating rubber.
I think you could make it
Is,
if you're just trying to make like effectively a thing to hold some air for your head. I think you could probably do that with a fix check. It wouldn't hold pressure, but it would be enough to be able to hold some air around your face.
So wait, the guy that makes air bubbles around us is not going to come?
Well, the air bubble won't work underwater because it only holds a little bit of pressure. So
So this is what we're gonna have to do because we only have 3 suits, right?
2.
Okay, this is what we're gonna have to do. Obviously, Stax needs to go, and I'll play
it's a
Ulysses. And I'll play Ulysses. We'll leave. We'll just take the important people down there, and Delilah and the other one can stay behind. We don't need them
yeah, so
mucking things
Stax,
up.
you quickly manage to fashion something in the next half hour, which it'll hold, some air, etc. in the headpiece if you just, keep it fairly close to someone with a tank. You can just use a split hose effectively. Provided you stay within, say, 10 feet of them, it'll work.
All right, here you go. This is a terrible plan. How deep down do we have to go?
80 meters.
How are we going to survive the pressure?
No, I can probably augment that a little bit. And the temperature.
Probably.
We don't tend to go this far in skyships and go spelunking for forgotten treasure. It is somewhat experimental.
And how good were the chances of us? Can you use your ability thing? Your ability to keep water away? Can you do that on the ship? Instead of people?
I think that it might be a little bit too large.
No, because I was thinking maybe swim the ship down. That's what I was saying from the beginning, but he thinks it'd be a big danger.
If you find me, possibly a ship about yay big, then yes, I can do that. Your ship may be a bit too big.
All right, well, I guess it's better than nothing. Let's take chances.
I guess you two can wear the full suits to help, and I'll see how this thing goes. Do I even need this? I say, holding up the helmet.
Probably not. Me and Delilah could probably just take the suits, and you could just go down there because you're a robot and you'll be fine.
Wait, Ulysses is not coming? She says, looking at Ulysses.
Oh, okay. I am Ulysses.
But wait, you can't be that upset about the whole Cooper situation that you can't even come down here. I mean, we're going down there to kill things, and these are your friends.
I do not.
We're here to. Well, we're going down there to retrieve the hammer of Thor.
If you have a spare helmet, I will come.
She hands over her suit.
Okay, if Ulysses has a suit, he can go.
Wait, is Delilah not going now?
No, this can't. Why don't we have a third suit? There's not another one hiding somewhere?
It
We
exploded.
did, but it got blown up.
It now has a helmet. You have a third helmet, which can take air, provided you stay within 10 foot of someone.
Did the Russian dude bring one of his bell suit things?
No one asked him to.
Damn it. I'm just thinking, if someone's going to stay behind, it has to be somebody that knows how to work the ship so we could assist. But neither Ulysses or I know anything about the ship. And we can't opt for him to stay behind because he doesn't even need a suit. And we can't have you stay behind because you've got Donna. This is a really shitty scenario.
Let's be super honest here. Like, which of the scenarios of our adventures has ever not been shitty? Like, we're always going into a shitty situation. Our existence
you
for like the
convinced
last
me.
6 months has been just shitty situation after shitty situation.
She says, you convinced me. And she pops the helmet back on and she's ready to go.
Okay, so let me get this right. Delilah's wearing a helmet. Stax and Ulysses
The
are in...
suit.
Okay, you're wearing a suit. So
No, Ulysses isn't coming.
Okay, Ulysses isn't coming. Cooper's got a helmet with oxygen.
Yeah.
Cooper, which one are you staying next to? You staying next to Stax or Delilah?
Before I do that, like while they're talking, I just try holding my breath and see what happens, and I imagine nothing happens.
You hold your breath and you bring up a little timer in your vision, and 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 50 seconds, 60 seconds.
So Delilah's not going to share air with Cooper because she's already shared enough of her mother fluffing air with Cooper. Okay.
And sure ain't down there with me. Never breathed anything.
This guy breathing up our air back in the day when he didn't even need it.
That, and I'm sure he's also testing whether or not he needs to brush his teeth after eating all that food. So I'm good.
So yeah, well, after the talk for a bit, I say, yeah, I don't think I need the helmet. I don't breathe. I guess we could take it as a backup in case I somehow start to need to breathe. It's more comforting to have it with me, and I just hang it off a belt or whatever with the tube, so that in an emergency I could like plug it into one of their suits, because I guess one of the suits now has a way that I can plug that in so that the thing worked. Or we'd fashion something.
You'd fashion basically a split hose so that you could have, you could siphon air off someone else's tank. If you don't want to take that, that's probably a point of weakness you could get rid of if you just want to go without a suit.
I'd just go without it then.
Okay, or you could take Ulysses.
But you mean giving him the helmet?
Yeah, and have him stay within 10 foot
I give
of someone.
I give him the helmet.
Who am I going to go with?
I look between Delilah and Stax. I mean, if we want like a nice kill team to wander around, we can have Stax and Ulysses. Or if we want to split up and look for clues, we can have Delilah and Ulysses and me and Stax. I don't know.
I'll go with whoever, so long as you're not taking my air. I'll pair with whoever's necessary.
Yeah, stop taking her air, Cooper.
Honestly,
I'm not taking anybody's
Cooper,
air.
Cooper, if we have to think about this logically, wouldn't it be better if you and I went together? Because if Stax and I went together, the only one that can't go together, I should say, is you and Stax. Because if we come across anything technological, then if you guys are together and the other one comes across it, they can't do anything about it. So we should split up the techie people so that you can actually handle things that we find.
All right, Stax, Ulysses, connect together. Let's go.
Cool.
Of course, in this
Sounds good to
situation,
me.
then we have two people not really capable of combat down here. Anyway, that's fine.
Before you go, your friendly Russian friend comes over. I think I can help with the pressure on you, and also give you somewhat more protection from any deep swimmers you may find. And he goes past all of you in turn, and you now notice that you can't actually touch your chest. There's a solid object that prevents you doing that, but it's invisible.
That's a tad unnerving.
You all now
Mr.
have
like-
an AC of 17 if you do not have an AC better.
My AC was like 28. I swear it. Totally true. 17. Yes.
My AC is 9,000 and I can only be struck with a crit, but even then it says on my character sheet I cannot.
Yeah. I'm just saying Sandeep had an AC of 17, so it's nice to experience that again. Just saying. Does anybody have any pepper? Go ahead.
Okay, so with that, he helps you move your very heavy ballast objects to the back of the ship, with the ramp slightly down. I assume the ship's just above the water at this stage, otherwise you'll be deploying by flooding the airlock. It's up to you what you're doing.
I guess we're just floating. I don't know. I imagine I can't like remotely command it, so I guess it just stays there and it's
Just
like
stays there right above the water.
it's within reach, so we can just like reach up and grab the door or whatever when we're trying to get back in.
You just about get onto the lip of the... Yeah, that's fine.
right.
He helps you telekinetically float the ballast over to the water so that you're ready to grab the ballast before it goes down, instead of going, whoops, I dropped it, because of the sudden change in velocity. And then you start descending. Cooper, the first time you've ever tried really doing this without actually having a pressure suit or anything. and it's disconcertingly normal.
For a while, I do hold my breath, even though I don't have any breath to hold. I mean, I guess I do have some air somewhere in me.
Yeah, no,
But it
your
doesn't
lungs
do
take in
anything.
air. They just don't actually do anything because you don't really have lungs.
Yeah, I hold my breath for a while until eventually I'm like, I open my mouth and I guess a bunch of air comes out and then. Ugh.
If we had thought of it beforehand, we could have made him take a big, deep breath of air and just hold it there. Hold his breath with air inside of his lungs.
I'm not
and he
making
could've
out
given-
with Cooper to breathe.
But the kiss of life. But he could have given the kiss of life.
No,
Oh.
just let me die.
This will happen now.
Absolutely not.
Stacks
just
will
live
die
It's
because
gonna
of that.
Stacks, it's going to be creepier if you realize that I was also thinking we can also hold like fresh water in there. I mean, there's not like there's any pus or mucus or anything
Yeah, you know.
inside bodily fluids. Just keep
Why are
fresh
we-
water hidden in there.
Why are we
Ooh.
limiting ourselves to the mouth? We could just flood his colon and his lower intestine with air too, and just suck it right out when we need it. Come
With
on,
a straw. We're classy.
pinkies out, bitches.
I feel like there's better ways to carry anything.
Either way, you descend into the murky darkness of where the water has obviously been kicked up and it is now very hard to see around you. I wonder what could have knocked that silt up at all. You descend holding on to
Someone
large
just called
lumps
for
of
fan
metal.
art. No.
No, God no.
I ship that.
You'd ship it, but you wouldn't kiss it.
No, pal.
I'm just saying, where does it stop if we're just treating him like a receptacle for fluids at this point? If he's just like a human canteen.
And gases. And gases.
It's not a human body anyway, but you descend into the water, going through the murky darkness as you go down, 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 holding onto your lumps of metal and ballast. Make me notice checks at a -2 with starvation 3 for those of you starving.
So you see a -3 to that? I'm sorry.
4.
Notice -3. Gotcha.
Also 4.
Notice wisdom -3. Ah.
Ulysses
It's
got
gonna
a
be a
-2.
That's impressive.
Ulysses is actually like, I cannot see my hands.
I rolled very well.
Yeah. Remarkably good rolls there, everyone. You briefly lose sight of each other at one point, but eventually you manage to reconnect. Mostly because Delilah is attached to Ulysses, Stacks is attached to Ulysses, and so it's very hard to lose each other. But since you're just going directly down, predictable trajectory, it's fine. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Delilah, I need you to make me a strength, an exert check.
Sure. Strength exert with a -1 because of
Starvation.
life.
Delilah, a tentacle comes out of nowhere, grabs you around the midriff, and you are yanked. You lose control of your ballast, and you go into the darkness.
Oh.
We're gonna go to combat time.
Huh. Been just long enough for me to forget that I got a terrible notice roll when I was checking for life signs.
Oh yeah, that was a very bad notice roll. Right. Roll me initiative. I will put you on the page.
No.
Oh, you're on your Patreon account. You're good.
Token first.
4.
I rolled an awesome initiative roll. So good at the initiative roll.
Oh no, my token wasn't selected. I'm gonna roll again.
Oh, does the minus apply to that as well? In which case my roll's a 1, not a 2.
No, it doesn't apply to initiative. It only applies to skill and abilities and stuff like that, and attacks.
Excuse me.
Why am I rolling the highest initiative?
To show off exactly how useful you are in combat.
Mm-hmm. So you can hit him with the handle of a butter knife again.
Don't even have a gun anymore.
Where's
I
the
traded
initiative
it for not dying.
Delilah has
It'd be
a gun.
pretty dope if at some point Cooper is like, what's his name? the robot from One Punch Man, and he doesn't even know he's like weaponized though. So like at some point, like his entire body just opens up with random hatches, and he's just like turns into like a human cannon. That'd be awesome, like a human sand thrower.
Okay, Cooper, you're up.
I've got 50 grand. We should invest in this.
I imagine everyone saw that.
Yeah.
That Delilah just vanished.
Oh yeah.
I look at the others and shrug and run that way as much as I can in water. Are we on the surface, or are we still just like in
You're
mid
probably
water?
down about 50, 60 meters at this stage. You can see this huge shape underneath you that seems to be maybe the ship, but it's a bit far away to see in the silty water because it got kicked up by something.
I swim after her for what it's worth. I don't have a gun.
Okay, you start swimming, and you manage to get close enough that you find yourself about 5-10 feet away in front of you from quite a large, terrifying sight. This deep swimmer is probably the size of a small car, maybe like a very, very large cow. And it has a huge bony plate at the front with a massive jagged crack down the bony plate. Its eyes, one of them seems to be freshly destroyed. All of them focus very much on Delilah, held in a tentacled grasp in front of its maw. Fangs down row upon row, at least 2 rows of these sharp pointed teeth, almost like large needles.
Can I re-roll initiative?
What do you want to do?
I guess I've got I've done my move at this point. I don't know what to do. I'm just here. I'm just a thing. I mean, I'm a robot.
Let Delilah die. This is our standard. Let Daleric die. It's his thing. It's what he does. He makes a new character
It's the perfect
every stream.
distraction. While Delilah's being carried off, we can go get the hammer. Yeah, I don't do anything because there's nothing I can do. I guess I'm just continuing to swim in that
Do you want to
direction
dash?
while sort of. Yeah, all right, a dash.
Where are you going to dash to?
I to try and I guess grab the nearest bit of Delilah and try and pull back if that would at all work.
Sure. Make me a exert check. There'll be a -1 because you're trying to grapple Delilah instead of actually being Delilah, but sure.
It was exert. What did you say? There was a
-1.
all right, -1. 7.
You pull. There's a little bit of give, but Delilah is still.
I got a
wrapped
7. Does
firmly.
that add to my 7? Does that make my 7 like a 73?
No.
No? Damn it.
That makes it Ulysses' turn. Ulysses pulls out his plasma glaive and ignites it, and suddenly there's a rush of steam as bubbles start streaming off it, and he swims over towards Delilah. Doesn't really have an action left, I guess, so he's gonna attempt to pull at Delilah and try and help out. Not with that roll, he won't. Delilah is still stuck there, despite the fact that Ulysses is trying to pull on Cooper, who's pulling on Delilah. She's stuck there. She's going nowhere. That makes it the deep swimmer's turn. In front of Delilah. It's going to try and bite you.
Try and fail.
A 7.
Ooh.
It
Rolled
tries
off a
to
much
bite your
higher
head,
number.
but you jink to the side, and it kind of just catches nothingness next to you. This massive maw with these needle-sharp teeth just chattering next to you, right in front of your face. It's going to lash out with its tail instead at Cooper, because Cooper's the second closest. Oh, off the table. I just used that. Natural 1. It misses, and it gives Delilah an opportunity to try and get away as it almost brains itself in the face with its own tail as Cooper manages to
What a
jink out
dumbass.
the way. Delilah, make a 3 exert check.
Free exert, is it also the -1?
Yeah, for your
Just,
starvation.
sorry, it's just a -1, correct? I meant to
For your
say.
starvation, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Can't roll much better than that. Double 6s, boys.
I did score better, but you got double 6s, so you managed to just about push the tentacle off you as it unwraps, and you're now left in front of this maw. The tentacle retracts. That brings us to Stacks.
That's it? I just get free? I don't get a critical success? Like I make him eat his tentacle?
You
Eat your
beat
tentacle.
me. That was your critical success.
Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
Stacks, you're up.
So how far away is it? Can I just like close the gap?
Yeah, if you're moving, you can get up to about 10 foot away. But 10 foot away, you can just make out the size of it. It's pretty large, and there is a Delilah followed by a Cooper followed by Ulysses. You're kind of in like a queue right now to fight it.
And it took a war.
Man, it's like going to the Disneyland of combat. You gotta wait in line to like actually shoot something.
Pretty much.
Like, no, you can't just shoot something right now. You gotta wait an hour and a half or get a fucking fast pass and come back in 6 hours.
It's
I don't want to get a
Darkest Dungeon
fast
Underwater
pass.
Edition.
Bullshit. So my movement is. What is my movement?
You can dash to get close if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna dash to get closer because I can't do anything anyways.
Sure.
So I'll just get up into point blank range so I can start using assassin on
You
it
can
every
dash
turn.
around behind it if you want.
Does that help?
I may have made comments last session about stuff, so...
About stuff?
Well, I'm not going to give it away. If I mentioned it last session, but people haven't picked up on it, that's fine.
Okay, I'm gonna dash around behind it.
Okay. So you quickly spend your entire turn swimming as Delilah's kind of dragging its attention away. That brings us to Delilah.
Okay. I'm free. There's just the one that's engaged with me right now.
Mm-hmm. As far as you're aware.
Okay, let me just double check one rule really quickly. Awesome. I'm going to, as I did before, because obviously we ain't messing around, I'm going to kind of like square myself off. Is there footing underneath me or am I floating?
You're floating. You're definitely up in the middle of a huge area of water.
That's perfectly fine. I'm going to just try to find my balance or whatever it is where I am. And I guess make a melee attack.
Okay, bear in mind that they are massively penalized underwater. You can if you want.
It was a -2s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So I get a total of a -3 because of the lingering starvation. Yeah.
Get a punch in the nose. That makes it run away.
Yeah, I'm gonna swing at it with my -3s. That's what
Okay.
I'm gonna do. Are you ready? Here we go. I have all my modifiers in there. Go. 12.
You swing your fist forwards, and slowly, but just fast enough that it looks pretty impressive, you manage to make contact with its nose. And it hurts. It really hurts. That was very solid.
Cool. Was it a connect? Was it a hit?
No, it was not successful.
Okay. Okay. Well, if it was a miss, then I'll just do this damage. Because when I miss, I still do 1d6 plus 1 damage.
Okay.
I just rolled that amount.
Need to note that down. Awesome. Right, that brings us back to Cooper.
I'm probably going to pull Delilah away from the massive gnashing sea beast that's right in front of her. I think she's insane to be fighting it. And there's a Stacks behind it, and that can shoot it in the back of the head, and we'll all be safe.
That would be
Stacks,
nice.
Stacks does the things. See,
Thank you,
I
Stacks.
grabbed Delilah.
Okay, sure. Delilah, are you resisting?
No. No.
Okay, Cooper, make me an exert check.
Wait, do I know it's Cooper?
Yeah, you know it's Cooper by now. He's been trying to pull you out of the
No
grapple.
resistance. No resistance.
3.
You don't really manage to get anywhere. It's watery. It's difficult to get a hold. Water's kind of good at resisting people moving particularly fast in combat time, at least. No, you don't actually manage to succeed.
Do I end up like grabbing at nothing and swimming away a bit, and then going, oh wait,
Kind of.
there's
Yeah,
no
you like
Delilah
grab
here.
onto like back of her arm, and it just slips out as you're going backwards, and you're like, oh.
Is that my turn?
Unless you've got any movement you want to do.
I'm gonna move away a bit. I'm scared. I'm gonna
Okay.
start swimming. I'm gonna swim behind Ulysses.
You're just changing turn order. Okay. Which makes it Ulysses' turn. Ulysses is going to move up to be on the other side of it, so kind of 3 people surrounding it now, and he's going to make an attack. Ulysses. Other modifier -1. He swings with the plasma glaive, but just about misses it, unfortunately. Bubbles streaming off it. Diximo's turn. At this point, another tongue comes out and grabs at Stax. Stax, I need you to make a... Not a tongue, sorry, a tentacle comes out. You need to make an exert check.
I was gonna say, it's a big tongue. And Gene Simmons up in here.
Can I use dexterity for that?
You can use dexterity if you want to.
Okay. 7.
That beats my 6. So yeah, the long tentacle comes out and tries to grapple you, but you manage to just about throw it off as it becomes evident that one of the smaller ones is on the other side of you as it moves forwards. This one is much,
Can you
much
actually
smaller.
hear the noise though? Because we're underwater, so it would just be like.
Kind of. It's more sort of because bassy sounds can travel through water. It's kind of a bassy sort of. You can't really get anything more than that. There might be more detail to it, but the human ear isn't really. Why? Why have I suddenly? Oh. There we go. Suddenly seagulls. So yeah, this one comes closer. It's much smaller. It's probably about yay large. Not a lot bigger than that. There we go. Yay large. And it seems to be injured. You notice that one of its flippers is entirely almost torn off. Just gashes of meat effectively coming from it.
Good.
Then the big one in front of you is going to attempt... I don't know, Cooper's getting away. It's going to make a grapple on Cooper. Cooper, make me an exert
Oh,
check.
that's what I get.
Nope.
6.
10. You are grappled around the legs as this tentacle flies out, and as you try and swim away, it binds your legs together and pulls you back towards its mouth. It's also going to make a tail attack at Stax, because Stax is shooting it.
I haven't shot it yet. It has no indication I'm going to shoot it.
True, sorry. It's going to make an attack at Stax because Stax is behind it. And that's
There you
a
go.
terrible, terrible shot anyway, so yeah, it doesn't actually succeed in hitting you. It misses completely its tail. So, with that, it is now Stax's turn.
It now knows I'm going to shoot. Am I in base contact?
You are indeed.
Yay! Let me just roll damage. So I think I add dex and shoot skill and...
If the maker is watching of Stats About Number, the assassin perk is completely and utterly OP.
That's just
No.
because you keep putting
No.
stuff in base contact with me.
Nope.
Fight me at range and it'll be okay.
It is a
Stop making
great.
stuff
It is,
run up on me.
it's a great ability. Thank you, Stax, for taking it. Ignore the DM. He just wants to, or GM. He just wants to make our lives
salty.
difficult.
So
we
much
need
salt.
a little love from time to time.
Okay, what's the damage on that? Is there any damage
Oh,
on
they
that?
actually removed it. I think they got rid of it. I'm checking the assassin perk right now because I wanted to know if it had.
The developer has
wanted to-
precognition.
Oh, never mind.
They got rid of
Never
it?
mind. They didn't change it.
Oh.
No, it's fine. They just moved it. It's not the first description anymore. It's at the back of the description.
Why? It's
Okay.
assassin. It's A.
So that's gonna be 4 damage.
Okay, yeah, you put your revolver up against it and fire, managing to just about get it between two of the very sort of chitinous carapace plates. It hurts.
Cool. Gunshots tend to do that. Although I heard they burn first. Like most people don't know they get shot, and then they feel there's like a burning from like the friction or whatever, the bullet going in, and it feels really hot. And then it hurts. It's like when you cut yourself with a knife on accident when you're like doing the dishes or whatever, you don't feel it for like 15 seconds. You're like, oh, that's really going to hurt in like 15 seconds. But it doesn't hurt for a while because your body doesn't know it's like wounded yet.
It's so sharp.
No jokes. I know somebody put their hand in a fryolator, like in a 350-degree
Ow.
fryolator, and didn't realize it for like 10 seconds. And then when they did, they were in the hospital and out of work for a while. But
Did it smell
for a
good though
solid
after
10
they took
seconds.
their hand out? Like, did their hand smell delicious? Like, did
I
they
mean,
have
to you
French
guys who've
fry
been
hand?
starved for a while, probably.
Yeah. It was disgusting, and obviously that entire end of the kitchen had to have all the food over there thrown away. But yeah, rough
That's a
stuff.
quit. I'd have fed it to people anyways. I would have sold it as a bonus. It's the cannibal special.
Oh,
I was about to say, like, of all the things of
Well-
note... Oh, yeah, they had to throw the food away. It's terrible. Like, someone put their hand in a fryer. Oh, no. Oh, we had to throw
That's
the food
their
away.
own fault. It's not the food's fault. Why are we punishing the food because somebody couldn't pay attention?
That is the attitude of
health.
someone who's been starving for a month right there. So, that makes it Delilah's turn.
Okay.
That
It's
poor,
still
poor
alive.
bacon. Just wasted due to negligence.
It's still alive. So I'm going to. I mean, Cooper didn't pull me too far away from it, did he?
Didn't move you at all.
I didn't put you anywhere away. I was
Oh,
terrible.
that's right.
at-
Because you only got the 7. That's right. So I'm going to swing at it because he can keep trying to pull me away, but I'm going to keep trying to like fight at the thing because I'm there.
Okay, go
You
for it.
guys not bring any guns?
Actually, she does have her pistol. She does have her pistol.
As long as
She's
you're
going to
base
swing.
contact.
Ready? Here we go. Or it's not going to. Oh, that's right. I always forget I have to submit.
No,
Woohoo!
you swing your
Please
fist,
just-
and this time you entirely, like...
Oh, come on! Minimum damage again. It's a really cool ability she has, but it's coming off as not such a cool ability. It's the same exact damage as Shock would do.
What's
I
the
think
Um,
it's
damage? It's a D6.
So, that brings us to Cooper.
I'm currently being held by it, so I guess I'll try and escape.
Do you feel safe
guess-
though, as it cuddles you close to its body? Do you feel secure?
I mean, I imagine it's currently moving me towards its mouth, so
Yeah, you're right next to its mouth now.
that bit's a bit disconcerting. So is it just a normal exert?
Mm-hmm.
6. Get a
Nope.
1, get a 1, get a 1, get a 1. Oh.
Nope. I got a 2 and a 6. So no.
I carry on struggling.
You can still take an action. Oh no, you use your action to try and break 3. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Right, that brings us to Ulysses. Ulysses, seeing Cooper trapped, is going to come over and try and grab Ulysses. Try and grab Cooper. And wow, does remarkably well. He rolled 2 5s, which means that. What's his strength? +1, -1 for starvation, -1 for assisting. He gets a 9 versus a 9. Sadly, Cooper, Ulysses tries to pull at you and nothing happens. That brings us to the deep swimmers.
So for clarification, that means we're going if there's a tie that attacker wins.
No, it's status quo. Tie is status quo unless otherwise stated. So nothing changes. Like
What
no
is
one
status? Oh, nothing
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a tug of war with like a draw is like nothing really happens. So that's what I kind of go with unless it states otherwise. Right. So deep swimmers. The smaller one attacking you, Stacks. Why am I rolling a skill check? It should be an attack roll. He's going to try and attack you with one of his fins. Completely whiffs it. Injury means that he can't really control his roll, and as he goes to swing at you with the fin, just sails right over your head by a good, like, 1.5 feet. The other one in front of you, though, he's not really angry yet, so he's going to make a bite attack at Cooper. 17.
Ouch.
Okay. With that, then I need to make a damage roll.
Oh,
As
jeez.
the massive jaws come together, the needle teeth biting in. Let's see. You take 9 points of damage.
That takes me to -1.
Okay. With
That's
that,
okay. Ulysses will just full heal you every single turn for the rest of the game.
I don't know if he can.
the teeth
Yeah, that's
rip
not-
into Cooper, and they shred his shoulder and neck and part of his head, and rip through the metal components, tearing off the skin like it's just like a
It's
thin
not real
neoprene
Cooper, though.
latex. Underneath,
Like we-
sparks as things start to short out, circuit boards break, and you're left with effectively one ear down to the neck, and then most of the rest of Cooper with a little bit taking out the shoulder.
It's going to be fun to roleplay the reaction to that.
Meanwhile,
Is
behind...
there no like things any sort of abilities I have that you've not told me about yet, or anything that can help in this situation in any way?
Nanobots.
That sounded hopeful.
No.
Anyway, maybe?
We'll come back to what happens with you in a second. But it's also got a second attack, and while it's munching down on bits of Cooper, not really enjoying them, some of its teeth are breaking trying to bite on metal components, it's going to make a tail attack versus Stax. And misses completely. The tail just not even remotely connecting. That brings us to Stax. You see in front of you sparks and bits of Cooper start to sink.
You know, honestly, I'm kind of in like a delayed. If I had known Cooper had died back on like Entertainment World or whatever it was, I probably would have gone through mourning. But this is just robot Cooper, so it's kind of like dropping like a dish on the floor. You're like, ah, shit, that's unfortunate. But it's not like a person; it's a thing.
Whoa!
So you're like,
whoa,
I guess I'll go
whoa.
to Target and get a fucking another one. Like,
No, this isn't a dish. This is like that fine china you got as a wedding gift that you don't even know where it came from because it wasn't on your registry. It was like somebody else went and brought it in from like another country. You don't know where it came from. It's like valuable stuff, okay? This is sentimental value to it. You know what I mean?
Stax is
Like-
your
it's like
turn.
I've got a
Like,
bunch of
A
random.
crack in that plate means something to you. It's
Derek,
memories.
Stax's turn.
What can I point blank with my gun? Like, what is within arm's reach that
You've
I can
got
just
the
be like,
bigger one,
"Bada bing!"
which is pretty big and a little bit injured, and you've got the smaller one, which has got one of the fins ripped off.
Yeah, one of them's already been winged, so I guess I'll put the gun to the big one, I guess.
Okay.
I
9
suppose
damage.
I'll stop him eating my dead friend.
You're not my friend. You're a toaster. That's what we got. You're a replication of my friend. If anything, you're an insult to his memory. You're just like this thing that like reminds me. It's kind of like if your cat died and then somebody got you like your cat stuffed and brought it back to you. It's like that. Like every day is just a reminder that you're dead and you're not real.
With
Like
that,
your existential crisis gives me an existential crisis.
there's a huge plume of blood and meat as you shoot it point blank, doing a lot of damage. And around it, all of you hear, I mean, apart from Cooper, because, you know, he's dead, you hear...
You destroy our world. You poison the air. You burn the sea. We will have our revenge. You will die. I will feast on your corpse.
I shout, "Shut up, hippie!" And I keep pointing my gun at this. They're hippie fish now. I
Okay.
can't take them seriously.
Delilah, you're up.
They're gonna like
Okay.
play Willie Nelson at me with like a +2 damage.
I mean, I'm going to attack at it. So, I mean, Cooper's all sorts of mangled. How many of them are around us right now?
That's the big one, there's the smaller one that's attacking Stax.
Yeah. And the big one is looking pretty injured, right?
The big one's been injured quite a lot so far. The little one's got one of its fins torn off.
And Cooper's looking all sorts of messed up. Just give me a second to think. How far down did we swim before this happened? Before this attack happened?
About 50, 60 meters.
Cooper, I want you to know that if you die, I'm definitely going to turn your lungs into canteens.
It looks like Ulysses and Stax got this pretty decent, right? Do I want to take Cooper and swing back, or do I want to attack one more time?
I don't know. Cooper looks pretty injured, and most of his head is gone, which did contain whatever seemed to be powering him.
Yeah, but most likely Stax can probably fix him, but Stax can only fix him if Stax survives. So you said the little one's attacking Stax, right? And the big one's the one that's mostly messed up.
Yeah, but the big one's also attacking Stax as well, and you.
Ah, fuck.
And
okay.
Ulysses.
I'm gonna attack the. I guess I'll attack the little one. Just try to like shore up the little sideys.
Okay, you swim around and come up next to Stax.
Okay, make my strike. My minuses. I can't roll well today. Roll my damage. Woohoo!
Despite the fact you
That's
missed,
the way we do.
the little one manages to like scoot out of the way as you do that. But as you miss, you just bring your elbow back and elbow it anyway. And the little one is like, you like definitely broke something. Like something definitely went there.
That attack was against the big one, so you could be like, you rip one of its teeth out of its mouth and then stab it into its eyeball. Like, damn, Kratos up in here. Just God of War the shit out of that thing.
That brings us to Coop. This brings us to Ulysses. Ulysses is going to swim over to you guys and probably help take out the smaller... No, he's going to swim around where Delilah used to be to make sure he's got the big one flanked. And he's going to make an attack. Actually, I've got an attack button for him, don't I? -1 for starvation. Unfortunately, the plasma glaive pings off it. It doesn't say how much here the shock value for the plasma glaive is. I think it's 3. So
and then I think he had a skill that made his shock damage even worse too, or he has like a feat or something like that.
Let me just check. It says
check his feats, because he and I were talking about. I don't think he assigned it, but I think he and I were talking about something that made his shock damage like fucking brutal.
There is nothing here that says anything about extra shock damage, so without it being listed, at least in that I can see.
Which ones does he have? Because I have the feat page open right now.
Where's the feat page listed? Because I can't see any of them here.
On your skill sheet, feats should be, or foci should be right underneath pilot checks at the bottom of the skill check.
Yeah, so all I can see is psychic training. That's the only one he's got listed.
Okay.
Probably needs to be updated. So, with that, it's now the Deep Swimmer's turn. The one in front of you... The water kind of shimmers around it and pulls in. And then there's a... outwards, like as a shockwave emanates from it. I need everyone to make me physical saving throws.
Did he just water fart on us? Because that upsets me, and I'm going to shoot him point blank again if he just water farted
that'd be directional.
on
This is omnidirectional.
So it was a what check? A physical?
Physical saving throw.
Me and my 7s. Are you kidding me right now?
18, and I win!
Okay.
Don't we have to roll?
Stax is a master of not getting farted on.
You know,
do I roll for my corpse?
You can be alive.
No,
you don't
your
know.
corpse takes max damage.
Okay, no.
To be fair, no, your corpse has actually sunk a little bit now. Is outside the area of effect. So everyone apart from Splat takes 2 points of damage because I rolled terribly. Splat, you only take 1. Stax, you only takes 1. Sorry. So the impact of this pressure wave hitting you really didn't do as much damage as you thought. It looked a bit more impressive than the actual result, sadly. So that brings us to Stax.
We're still in. I thought I was going to use that as like a disengage. Is it still within arm's reach?
Oh yeah, it's still there.
Okay.
That was meant to be its kind of
again.
Try and get everyone in combat with it and hurt them, Hadouken, but it failed.
7 damage to the big one.
The big one is looking very hurt now.
Like, did he do like old school Ken Ryu, like Hadouken, where it's got like the old man sound, or did he do like the new shitty one from like Street Fighter 4, like Hadouken, And he just like says it as fast as he
I mean,
fucking can.
it doesn't
for
have
some
a human
reason.
vocal box, so it's more like a. But it tried.
I'm trying to clarify mentally. I like the old sound of because it's like all drawn out. It sounds better, but that's what I grew up with, so maybe it's nostalgia speaking.
Delilah, you're up.
Okay. I mean, that little one, I messed it up, but I didn't finish it off. So I'm going to try to finish it.
Okay, so you're taking the small one? Go for it.
Yeah, try to finish it. Sure up the combat.
See, that's what
There
I
we
hate
go.
in the new Dragon Ball Z fighting games too, is that they say
No.
it too fast. Like you can't say Kamehameha like fast.
So how much
You gotta
damage does that
be
do,
like,
Derek?
What?
How much damage does it do?
Does 3 points of damage.
Okay, so even though you missed, as it kind of shimmers to the side and manages to swim back towards you, it's not really looking for you to do a spinning kick in the water, and you kind of just bring your foot across and hit it in the side of the head, and something goes... and it just starts drifting now.
I
you
immediately,
kidding me?
because that was my action, I immediately start moving to swim towards Bentham. Cooper! Now I'm doing it to the other one.
You technically
only
are in
spot.
combat with the big one, so it will get 3 attack at you if you try and do that.
Ooh, no. That's a terrible idea. I will not do that.
Okay. That brings us to Ulysses. Ulysses is going to make an attack with his glaive. Yeah, that would be a hit with a roll of a 20. Regardless of it being the bony
damn,
foreplate.
Ulysses finally hits him.
4 damage. Getting close, but not enough. He swings the glaive underwater and manages to cut deeply across the massive bony faceplate, scoring a massive groove down it. Delilah. Stax, you're up.
Is the big one still there? Or did it leave a little bit?
It's still there. It's definitely hurt, though.
Okay. 5 damage.
Drop the hammer.
Okay. So as the plasma glaive like cuts along the side of the bony spot, I grab onto it and I like pull it open with like my hands, and then I stick the gun all the way down in its face and I squeeze around in.
Yeah, you pull this bony area apart, and you notice this kind of weird purplish mass with what's like thick, like mucousy kind of spider webs attached to it that you kind of tear off, and it kind of shivers in pain under you. Tries to throw you off, and you hold on, and you stick the gun in like deep, like almost like halfway up your forearm, and it's all kind of covered in this slick goop on your suit, and you and there's a and this
As
kind
it
of
floats
purplish-
backwards, me and Ulysses kick off of it, do like a 360 spin, and then high five.
And that's
Heresy
that combat
Bros.
over. Meanwhile,
He's not even here right now. To
I'm swimming to Cooper. I'm trying to get Cooper to grab him.
Okay, but-
and bring him back up to the ship.
while you do that, meanwhile, Cooper, you awake.
What inputs am I getting right now?
You check. You look around. You don't have limbs. You have engines. You have a grav drive. You have a spike drive. You have a reactor. You have a hull. You have cameras. You have sensors. You are the
find the PA
DSV-1.
system.
You have no name.
I find the PA system and go, oh, damn it.
And we're going to go to a break.
Broadcast the entire ship.
We're going to be back in 8 minutes' time with the DSRV Cooper and the rest of the group.
Instead of food and air and water, are we going to house ourselves inside Cooper's anus?
Ew. We're in
We're gonna have to
Cooper's
put it
prison
that
pocket.
way.
This is bullshit.
Oh, no.
We'll be
this
back
got
in 8
so
minutes.
infected.
Enjoy the break. Go check out the Patreon. Go check out r/Roll4It on Reddit if you want to talk about stuff and discuss stuff from the show. Or go check out our wiki and feel free to add to it, which is like wiki of all the information, all the characters and stuff in the show. So you can go add to that, or you can go read it and find out about certain things or people. We'll be back in 8 minutes, so enjoy the fan art. Hello! Welcome back to Roll4It Stars About Number. So, it's been interesting so far. Part 1, Cooper sort of may have died in a battle with some deep swimmers as the group managed to become victorious, but Cooper's corpse slowly floats to the bottom of the sea. We return to the ship, where Cooper, now the ship, has just exclaimed that he may have had a reality swap. Cooper, you hear a... Hello? Hello? Is someone there?
Oh, this is gonna take some explaining.
What is going to take explaining?
All you need to know right now is that this is Cooper talking, and
Cooper.
we ran into some trouble down there.
Okay, but you only left a few seconds ago. What is going on?
Yeah, there's still 2 deep swimmers. If there's anything you could do to help, that'd be great.
Do you want me to jump in the water and help? I could try.
Hold on, and I start trying to use the sensors and see if I can detect what's going on below.
Okay. Do it. -1 roll because you're damaged.
Okay, the -1 is just applied to me now.
Yep.
I mean, do I still use the... I guess it's still wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
With a -1. 8.
As you watch, you notice some organic matter just kind of splattering as it looks like 2 shapes nearby have managed to tear or rip open part of the bigger one.
I say, hold on, maybe it's not necessary.
Okay.
Can I contact the comms of the suits the guys
Yes.
are wearing?
Wait. They're so deep underwater, no. The water would get in the way.
Okay.
You could try and
guess-
hotwire something, or...
I'll just sit and wait. And keep watching the scanners for any changes.
Yes, actually.
Oh.
There's a... You now know, because you are the ship, that in your inventory there is 1 exploration drone. It's a tiny little thing designed to explore planets.
It's like a one-use thing, so if I deploy it, we don't get to use it again?
Yeah.
Launching probe.
But it's designed so that it can exit from the ship and either, like, fly, or in some cases swim, or travel over ground. And it can deploy a cable behind it so it can talk to a mothership if there's, you know, a particular problem in the atmosphere or something.
Is it released from the ship at the fore or at the aft?
Not relevant, damn it. Can it be, like...
You'd
can
have
it
to
be
manually
like
release it by someone that had to throw it out like an airlock or something. So it could be the aft.
Oh, so I'd have to ask Gregory to do it.
Yeah.
Or Grigor, whatever his name is. Gregory's from Rhoda now.
His name is
Confusing.
Grigori, or Grigor if you want to call him by his sort of friendly name or his normal name.
Okay, I'll assess the capability of the thing, and... Yeah, for now, I'll just keep watching the sensors, because, like, it's a one-use thing. I mean, if it's just thrown out of an airlock, can it just be grabbed and brought back in?
Yeah, it's not designed to be, but you could have someone try and patch it up if you could.
In that case, I start directing Grigor's to where that is. I just say,
Oh.
take this many steps this way.
Okay. Where now? Strange disembodied Cooper.
And I just direct him to wherever the thing is, and then...
He picks it up.
Instruct him
It's
on
like
how
kind of
to-
like a remote control car, but with like little vertical firing, like rotary fans. Do you want me to throw it out the back?
And I instruct him on how to connect the wire and everything as well.
Okay.
And to my knowledge, is it ready to go?
Make a notice check. -1, because you're injured. You're poorly maintained.
5.
It looks ready to go.
Say, all right, check it out. It's connected on both ends, right?
It is what?
Is it connected on...
Yes, it is.
Okay. You're scaring me there.
It sort of starts plummeting through the water, and eventually you get enough signal that you are in contact with the group, and you hear Ulysses and Stax high-fiving.
All right,
Nice job, Yuli. We're finally rid of that Cooper.
I am Ulysses.
The plan was a success.
I tap into the comms. I'm guessing that's not actually said, or is it?
No. No.
All right, I access the comms and say,
Gotta get
well,
to
that
him.
went well.
Did I hear that too?
Cooper, you still alive?
Like as I'm grabbing his arm or whatever part of him that I was trying to swim to get, I'm like, huh, what? I like pull him closer to like look at him, and like, I can hear you, but you're not really moving.
Technically, I'm the same amount of alive as before, but if you could, please recover my body.
I'm
there might
holding
be a
you right
problem
now.
there.
I'm holding you. I've got you.
Yeah, I mean that's just a robot body now. I've gone to the nearest backup. Well, the backup. I essentially am now the ship.
And this is that timing thing again. You tell us while we're underwater. She's like, "You're the what?" And like literally, she's like grabs like lets go of the body, so it's drifting away. It's like, "You're the what? You're the
Do I
ship?
see that?
How is that? How is
your
that
body's now
possible?
sinking.
Keep
How
holding
are
the
you the
body,
ship?
please. I need
What
that.
do you mean you're the ship?
Don't drop it.
Cooper, what do you mean you're the ship?
If you'd like me to stop being,
Cooper,
please grab the body.
explain what do you mean? What? How is Stax?
Delilah.
Stax, how is he the
Delilah.
ship? How is he the ship?
Delilah. Zip it. Delilah. His phylactery thingy. Robots, what happens? Sandeep, I think, had one too, although we could never find it. It might be floating around the ship somewhere. I'm not really sure. Anyways, apparently, robot emulation Cooper, there was like a crystal thing that was plugged into the front of the ship that like holds his, I don't know, his personality or some shit. That's probably what happened. Hence why I'm not actually that upset about Cooper being dead right now, is because I figured that's probably what happened, is he gets killed here and it goes zoop, and it gets
You
sucked
mean
in.
that thing that we saw when you opened his head? That was him?
Yeah, there's another one
Yep,
plugged into the
that's-
ship.
We can have
one's-
two Coopers?
That one's a copy of a copy. I mean, it's not really supposed to work like that. Either way, get my body, please. I mean, I don't really want to be a ship forever. It's a bit weird.
I
Yeah.
really feel like it's going to remove my motivation to do routine maintenance too. I don't know.
What is it? I'm tweaking some hardware and never mind. She swims down and grabs it.
Okay, at this point, the body's gone far enough down that you have to go down quite a way to find it. And you find it as it's just coming to rest on a large metallic surface that stretches out in front of you.
So we could bring the body back up, or we could finish the job. And I am standing on it now.
I mean,
I mean, I guess
as I go
the
down,
water
what's
damage
salvage?
that's done is done, right?
What
I would
did you say
guess.
about them?
I guess the water damage to my body is just done now. It's not going to make any difference if it's down there a bit longer, or is it probably an idea to get it up?
I mean, salt corrosion takes time. Depends if you mean
How
water
much-
or salt.
How much rice do we have to submerge you into to pull
All
the
of it.
liquid out?
All of it.
Yeah.
I say, well, just go get the damn hammer. You said it was just like exposed to the water anyway, right?
Hold on, you be a ship for a minute. Stax, do you want to keep going and get the hammer so we don't have to come back down, or they could come back in more numbers if we wait too long?
I think we should probably go get the hammer. Cooper's dead. Let's just forget about him. He's a ship now.
Well,
Cooper is a ship now and forever. Sorry, Cooper.
I look
great.
around to see if there's anything to like hook his arm to so he doesn't like float away while we're doing this. I also don't want to bring him all the way to the bottom because it's more distance. We have to bring him back up.
You know
Not
what?
very far
I
from
tie
one
him
now,
to
but-
Ulysses. I tie him to the side of Ulysses' head because Ulysses is not even here fucking anyways.
I am Ulysses.
Carry on. I don't suppose you can recover like the other bit of me too. The
I
more
can
bits, the better.
Yet, but Cooper, you are in two places.
Just please gather whatever bits you can.
I am confused, but I will get your body and bring it back to the surface.
Thank you, Yuli.
He holds his breath inside the helmet, takes the helmet off so that he can be detached from you, Stacks, and then just swims upwards.
Okay. So just Stacks and Delilah going on.
Yeah.
Could we request
And the
that
Cooper
Yuli
drone.
would have? Could we request that Yuli would throw some bio healing on us before he disappeared into the Nether?
He doesn't know what you talk about.
Yeah, but we still don't know that.
No, I mean, would Ulysses have offered to heal us? Like,
He would have just
No.
done it and not told us.
Yeah.
you know, that's what I mean. Like, is that an option? I'm requesting it, but I can't ask Avic because he's not here. So
But you can't request it either.
that's what I mean. Avic's not here, so Avic would just do it, but Avic's not here, so it's just why I'm going.
He probably
through
would do it, I imagine, because it's literally free for him to just heal anyone at any
yeah.
time.
I'm trying to think how far Delilah has moved, though, because Delilah went further down.
Yeah,
little bit.
she moved a considerable bit to go get the body.
Yeah, I mean,
We just
Ulysses did
passed-
come down to grab the body anyway off Delilah, so as he grabs it off Delilah, he would have done some healing. If it's on the sheet. If it isn't on the sheet, I won't heal you, because he should be updating his sheet. Where is it? There it is. It is on the sheet, so it's 1d6. There we go. You are healed 6 points. You take 1 point assistance strain. And as he takes the helmet
Damn.
off and gives it back to Stacks, Stacks, you are healed for 6 points as well.
Damn.
Cool, awesome. Ulysses has done his purpose this session. So what is? Can you describe for me again this little probe?
It's like about yay long, kind of like a teardrop shape almost, with 4 shielded propellers pointing downwards that can angle slightly.
Oh, kind of like a drone, but like
Yeah,
like you said,
basically.
teardrop, like an encased drone. All right, cool.
It's
Does
got a
this
cable
thing
coming out the
have?
back that goes up somewhere.
Does it have lights that come off of it? Like what if it's what is its capacity that we can see, not tell us the stats?
It's got little lights. It's got a little speaker.
Okay.
It's also got a radio that's using to talk to you.
Okay, cool. So we can actually like utilize various features of this thing. Cool. So once we're all together and Ulysses swimming back up there and everything seems fine, just kind of like shrug and start swimming down. I'm gonna try to find the spot off of my memory of what I'd seen before. I believe outside of the. So I know we can only see so far because of darkness and murkiness and all that stuff, but I believe outside of where the actual hammer was, which was encased inside an area, there was an opening, and outside of the opening, across some distance, I saw a ship that was mostly intact. So I suppose my landmark that I'm looking for the entrance to where the hammer is where there might be a ship on the bottom of the ocean, because wherever that is, heading back towards the structure that I believe is the one that we're supposed to be at.
You're literally standing
That's
on
where
top
we're
of the
gonna
ship
find
right
the
now.
The ship that's mostly intact.
Yeah,
Cool.
you're literally standing on top of it.
Okay, cool. Because you had described it as two separate structures, correct?
Yeah, there's a structure nearby, yeah.
Okay. So, Stacks, this is the ship that I'd said in my, like, once I come to that realization, this is the ship that I'd said in my vision. This one is maybe even operational, but we should probably get the hammer first, right?
Yeah, although I make sure the comms are off so it's not going back to Grigor or anybody. You probably want to make sure that we get the parts we need for getting the hell off this rock before we start worrying about... Listen, like, deliverables are good, but the point right now is to fix the ship. That's more important to me.
I don't think I ever realized that the whole point of this wasn't give them a hammer, they give us supplies, we leave. That it was get other things while we're retrieving the hammer, get supplies, and leave. Ship first?
Yeah, let's just we'll work our way towards the hammer slowly, but we'll see what else the ship has to offer too.
Okay. In that case, then instead of that, we don't have Ulysses read everything around him ability. Oh well. So we'll go to the ship and just kind of start searching around for some entrance, some way in.
Okay. Make me notice checks. -1 because you're starving.
Shall I be a part of this with my drone just scooting about?
Yeah,
looking?
but you'll have a -2 because you're kind of looking through a kind of a not a great lens at this underwater.
0.
Oh damn! Yeah, Salvador Rossetti finds absolutely nothing. Can barely find the ship for a good few minutes. Delilah, on the other hand, with a 9. Delilah, you managed to find a few things. Firstly, you find that there's a few hatches to the outside that are completely sealed. There are somewhat active emergency lighting and terminals around them that still seem to be active underwater, but you can't get through those hatches. The doors seem to be locked, as far as you can tell. However, the far end of it looks like there's been a massive tear-away section, like the entire backside is kind of ripped apart where the engines used to be. And you do find there are a few ways through there, and you do spot that there are a few air vents that are now, just water ducts, but they do seem to lead further into the ship. Cooper, you spot that there are several closed doors, and you do spot that there is a bit of hacking equipment nearby, that your data slab is still down here, having been dislodged from your body.
Does my drone have any way of picking that up?
Nope.
Say, hey guys, you missed a bit. Blown data slab's still down here. I need that.
Free data slab. I pick it up, put it in my backpack. Nice.
I will vent your cabin.
Cooper's drone slowly does a circle around your neck, and the cable comes taut.
Did I hear him?
I don't
say,
think it's
vent
actually
your
possible
cabin?
to vent his cabin.
But did Delilah hear that? Yes.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he did.
Then I'm gonna gesture at Stacks and be like,
Do I see that with the cameras in the drone?
big motions. And then
It was a joke. It was a joke.
I'll come
Just
to the
keep hold of that.
conclusion. I'll go to the conclusion and be like, so there's where the engines were ripped out. There seems to be a way we can get in there, and then there's the old air ducts, but they're filled with water. I'm thinking the engine area might be better because the other one, we can send the probe in, sure, but if there's any deep swimmers in there, they're going to be more adept at that situation than we will be. I don't want to be caught in a tight little tunnel space if I'm fighting.
I feel weirdly okay with being in tight spaces with enemies.
She looks at
we'll
Donna.
We'll go in through the we'll go in through the engine compartment and kind of see how that goes.
Okay, so you go up to the torn off section. Looking around, there's a lot of bits of debris here. Like something definitely ripped this entire section out. You do notice that, as Delilah pointed out, there are several ways to get further into the ship. Notably, the air vent systems that are exposed that Delilah managed to spot. Alternatively, you can stay here and look around the debris outside the damaged engineering section.
It's actually not a bad idea to examine the debris before we go in and see if there's anything of value before actually going into the ship. But, again, there's the concern that if things arrive, we're outside.
Does it look like it would be dangerous for me to follow them in, what with me being connected to the ship by a wire?
Provided they make sure that if anything gets snagged, they can unsnag it for you. It's not too bad.
Cooper, can you see if there's anything useful here that you need for you? And keep a lookout while we go inside and see if there's anything useful for you in there?
Yeah, can do. By the way, should mention, if this wire gets disconnected, I'm going to lose contact with you. Make sure to bring the drone back up. If that happens.
Do. Yep. And so we head. So Stax, do you want to head in while he?
Fine by
And
me.
did you want to go into the tunnel area? Was that your preference?
Yeah, I was gonna go into the engine compartment area. I wasn't gonna go into the vents.
Oh, okay. So
No,
That's
so
just crazy.
You want to look around the engineering here, the debris field.
I'm not gonna look at the debris field. I don't want to be outside.
no, that Bentham will look at the debris field. We're gonna go inside.
Okay, are you going inside through the vents, or just looking at the kind of the damaged area that doesn't go particularly far in?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought that also went in as well.
Not
Yeah,
very
I
far.
thought there was 2 different entrances.
I guess the air vents it is. I guess that's the best option. Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. Do what you got to do.
Okay,
Yeah.
Delilah and Stax, make me exert checks. Cooper,
Okay.
you can make a
well-
notice check for looking at the debris field outside.
When we get there, Stax, I gesture to Donna. Like I gesture to Donna and I say, "Ladies first."
I'm guessing I get a -2 again.
Because you've kind of got a limited time now to map it properly, I'll say there's no -2.
Okay. Still a -1 on account of me being half broken.
Mm-hmm.
3.
There's a lot of bits of debris, but nothing that looks usable.
I'm just getting used to this thing scooting about in the water.
Delilah, you managed to get pretty far in with Stax before Stax gets caught on a little bit of jagged metal that kind of tears a little bit of his suit and gets him stuck. And you'll need to both give me new exert checks to be able to get off that. With a little bit of help from Delilah, who seems surprisingly strong, Stax. You do manage to just about squeeze past several sections where the vents have been damaged. And you end up in a very dark, unlit central room where there's basically no light whatsoever.
Do the suits have like headlamps on them?
Yeah, you can turn them on and suddenly the water's kind of much more clear than outside because there's no real silt has managed to really fill in here. And you notice that this room appears to contain... and a skeleton just kind of floats past.
That's an oddly buoyant skeleton, wouldn't you say? In general, I don't think skeletons float like that.
It looks like it was kicked up when you entered the room by the disturbance, but it's kind of like... not really full of skeleton. It's mostly just a skull and some other bones that are kind of flopping around the floor now. But as you look around, you notice you seem to be in some sort of workshop area. There do seem to be tools lying around, bits of circuitry, etc., spare parts, and what appears to be some sort of small, maybe like a golf ball, tennis ball sized object that seems to be on one of the benches, along with several large, almost human-like lumps of metal.
Can I make like a fix check to identify anything useful in here?
Yeah, I'll call it a fix check, but a -2 because it's more sort of a knowledge check, but fix would be applicable as well.
What can I roll to look for things in here that isn't ship components? Like if there's anything else that might be useful.
That's a 7.
Okay. Delilah, yeah, sure, make a notice check.
Notice.
Stax, you spot immediately several things. Firstly, that weird golf ball, tennis ball sized object, which is slightly glowing in like a little divot at the top.
Heresy. Leave it.
It's some sort of pre-tech device. At a guess, you would say that's some sort of power outlet on the side. It appears to be some sort of generator.
Huh.
You also
Okay, so I
notice
pocket that.
that a lot of the scrap bits around here are good bits of scrap. There's quite a reasonable wealth of just spare parts in terms of credits around here. Especially if you would strip out a lot of the equipment. This would probably refit your workshop after it got destroyed. In addition, you do notice that over at the side, those huge, like, humanoid suits of armor, they don't appear to be suits of armor. They seem to be some sort of automatons or droids. Most of them seem to be damaged, but there is one in the center, a huge black metal construction, standing probably a little bit taller than Ulysses. A huge, like, almost medieval helmet-style faceplate with small, dimly, not even lit at the moment, but they're kind of those dull bits of, like, reddish plastic that at the moment are unlit, but probably have LEDs behind them, along with...
Found robot space marines.
Pretty much, along with a body section and 2 arms, each of which are very crudely formed, but seem to be very rigid. One of them seems to be some sort of laser weapon, the other which ends in a long, straight blade. And there seems to be a recess in the middle, just around the chest area, that's missing something.
Is it the orb? Is it the same size as the orb? Can I hold it up and put it right there?
Yeah, you... no, it's the wrong size. As far as you can tell, it seems to be a sort of an input connection, like it's a data storage device area. It's not a power source.
Hey, Delilah, I think I found an armature for, I think I found a new body for Cooper. I make sure that goes through to Cooper.
Oh, that's
Okay.
good. What is it?
I go over there and look at the thing.
It's big. It's bigger than Ulysses. It definitely looks violent, but, you know, it doesn't look like a human, though. Your old body was definitely more sophisticated. You will look like a death robot if I put you in this thing.
She
Oh, okay.
knocks on your helmet and she's like,
Oh, no, never mind. It's broken. It's not working properly. Here, I gotta look at it for a second. Sorry, going off comms.
this thing looks horrifying. I mean, listen. I want to trust that Cooper's going to be okay, but do you think it's a good idea? I mean, if we're fighting deep swimmers, maybe it's a good idea because he seems to like fighting them. But I mean, I don't know.
So far, Cooper's main contributions to violent exchanges with our group seem to be getting shot, strangled, and otherwise destroyed. We put him in that thing, he might actually have some semblance of use other than flying the ship for months on end with us starving to death.
That's a good point, but
We're increasing his skill sets.
yeah, that's a good point. Okay, just something it just doesn't sit right with me, but no, it probably would just benefit all of us if, you know, we gave Cooper the better body so he could actually, you know, do things. Besides, if he's in the front lines in combat, then Ulysses doesn't have to keep getting shot at, and we actually care about Ulysses. So,
And
all
on the
right.
downside, I can't call him an asshole anymore either, because look at the fucking size of this thing. So, you know, I think he'll like it just for the sheer... I mean, it's got an intimidation factor to it, I'll
Ooh.
be honest.
Could
Can I get
you-
the sword and the gun away from it, or are they, like, firmly gripped in the hand of the suit?
They're not the hands, they're integrated into it.
Oh, okay. So it's like a Mega Man hand.
Yeah,
Could
basically,
you,
like,
like-
neither of them really end in actual things for manipulating stuff. One of them effectively has like a small manipulator and then just a gun mounted over the top of it, and the other one doesn't even have a manipulator, it's just a sword for the lower half.
You should think of a combination of Warhammer and just Eberron, the Warforged, the Titans there. So she's like, is there any way that you can install a remote shutoff? Like, oh, it's not working right now. Let me just work on this for a little remote shutoff.
Is that possible?
Maybe you'd have to study the plans or try and find, you know, someone that actually lists the plans and then be able to alter them that way, but maybe.
It might not be the best plan to be doing any, like, serious mechanics down here underwater. I'm still shaky from not eating, and it's hard to see down here, and so I don't know.
I meant before we allow him to get into it. Back on the ship.
I mean,
Or-
we've got a serious problem to begin with, is that we got to get all this, like, this entire room is filled with awesome stuff for the ship, but we got to figure out some way to get it 80 meters up above us to the surface. I
Well-
assume that Senior Viking over there has got some kind of flotation buoy or something they use to ferry stuff up to the surface when they want to take it, but
But this ship, when we were outside, some of the doors I was looking at, it looked as though the doors were sealed, but it looked as though there was still some amount of power that was controlling the locked doors.
yeah, that's the other
may-
half, is we may be able to flush the air into the system somehow if they've still got a ballast tank this full, and
That's
we
what I
might
mean.
be able to just float the whole damn
Float it.
thing up to the surface.
Exactly. Yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah. So that might be easy to get the stuff out there. I'm just thinking that maybe a stick of dynamite connected to a cell phone wouldn't be a bad thing to have shoved inside one of the important circuit areas of this thing. Should things go wrong?
Well, for right now, we'll just tell them it's not working properly.
555. Bye, Cooper.
No, man, you gotta go 8675309. You gotta either that, or if we can't do that, then it's gotta be the theme to Funky Town.
You do like a Windows shut.
3, 2.
Like,
Damn it!
but,
I'm tone deaf. What was that, Bentham? I'm sorry.
You can do da 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 da.
It's like
Oh.
shutting down Windows.
Anyways, so all right, so let's keep seeing if we can get this thing to power up and bring it up there. Is there a way to see if the tanks even have air?
Yeah, we'd have to get to like a central control area though that has one of the systems still powered up.
Lead the way. You would know the layout of this better than me.
Would I though? I fix garbage trucks.
I've never been on a ship before.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, being in an enclosed room without much in the way of an outside light source, and it's very difficult to keep your up and down correct underwater. So I need you to make survival rolls to correctly find your way around now.
They don't have like magnetic boots.
Yeah, but still keeping it up and down is difficult underwater, regardless of if you actually have, your feet on anything, keeping your mental perspective.
Oh, that no check that I rolled, in case I did find anything, I actually rolled an 8, not a 9. I forgot to apply the -1.
Okay. In which case, yeah, Delilah, looking around, you do find there is probably about 5,000 credits worth of scrap in here.
Cool. There's some junk in here that looks like it might be useful. Maybe enough to make like 100 Benthams.
100 what?
Oh?
Or 10 Benthams. Ah! Why can't I do it? I gotta look there for the names. No, your names, that's that. Your names say Splattercat and Bentham. Maybe that's why. I'm gonna blame it on that.
What are you talking about right now, Cooper?
Yeah, Cooper.
Yeah, there's enough scrap down here to really put a dent in some of the maintenance that needs to be done on the ship. We really need to get this back up to the surface. I rolled a 5 on my survival check.
Yeah, and
Which,
Delilah got
given
a 2.
the fact that I had a -2, I'm okay with.
You spend a good hour trying to get your bearings. Eventually you do figure out a few things about the ship. You figure out that most of the main power is completely gone. It seems that whatever reactor was powering the ship is gone. Probably the sit space drive. It's just not there anymore. You do find that the emergency power that seems to power a lot of the outer doors and some of the internal bulkheads is working, although you don't have any computer control, so you can't seem to override them. Beyond that, looking around, you manage to find a few extra things. There are a few provisions here and there that are still in sealed bags that might be okay. There is some life support left in the system. However, you could try and get that out. You could try. Beyond that, there's nothing that immediately strikes you as jumping out. You can make another notice check if you want.
Sure. Minuses.
9. That's a critical success, actually. It's 2 6s.
Oh, hell. Nice. So, Delilah, yeah, you don't really spot anything else of any real use. Stacks, you notice 2 things. Firstly, you managed to find a couple of Type B power cells. If they're of any use to you, I don't know. But you do also find an interesting device. It appears to be a shotgun. Very long barrel, kind of fluted a little bit. But it's a very nice specimen. Something about it kind of looks like it's maybe passed down through many decades, possibly centuries. It's been adjusted over time. Things have been replaced. Like, a lot of the elements look incongruous, like they're from different makers or different manufacturers. And in fact, the stock itself seems to have been at one point wood. Admittedly now, said wood in the stock is now kind of more pulped and bits. But the actual remains of the shotgun look incredibly nice. And it looks like a pretty damn good shotgun. In fact, it looks like it's probably got elements of pre-tech in there.
Huh.
And this was stored in a cabin that appeared to be the captain's cabin. All soft elements have kind of gone, but it still seems to be the bigger of the cabins.
Okay, is it like a double barrel shotgun, or does it look like a combat shotgun, or?
It's a single shotgun with pump action feed, so more like a combat shotgun.
Okay, so it's a lever action shotgun, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Those exist. My buddy has one, it's pretty cool. So yeah, I sling that over my shoulder, then add that to my backpack or whatever, and then take the Type B power cells and load those up. So I don't notice any consoles or anything that have feedable power though, so I can look into like what systems are.
Not without main power. There are a few emergency consoles that are kind of glowing, but they're not. They're not on. They're on standby. If you try and turn them on, they will just ask for a authorization.
Do I notice any? Because like places that are large and expansive like this, like ships, so like naval ships and stuff like that, every couple like cabins or every corridor, they'll have like a display on the wall that shows like you are here and like emergency exits and stuff like that. Is there anything like that with that notice check that I would find?
You do find there are several large panels on the wall in places, but most of them seem to be damaged or just not working. In fact, none of them are actually working. None of them seem to be powered at all because they're not on the emergency power grid.
I turn my comms back on. I say, Koopa, is there any way to send out a sonar pulse from the ship and then feed that to me? Or even better, can a drone send out a sonar pulse from inside the hull of the ship? That might help out with navigation a little bit. It's a mess in here.
Would I know that? And also, in the same vein, is the drone that I'm piloting like the in-game, like the rules, water-based drone, the cuttlefish, or is it just like a different thing?
It's a homebrew one, but it's basically that, yeah.
All right, because it says that uses sonar, so
yeah, no, your drone does have a little sonar thing on it. It's not particularly long range; it's more for close observation, but it does have a sonar thing. The ship itself does not. The ship's not designed to be used in water.
Say the ship doesn't have it, but this drone does. I could fly in and try using it.
Yeah, bring the drone in here, follow along with us, and go ahead and pipe the. I don't even know if we could do that. I don't know if we have like a SimSense or whatever. A AR feed like in Shadowrun, like in our suits or whatever, so that we can see.
Yeah. Ish.
Okay. So feed the sonar overlay to the helmets so that we can actually, because it's real dark and real fucked up in here. So we're having trouble moving around, and even though we've had a bit of luck, I'm not really willing to trust in that too much.
All right, I'm on my way, and I go find the vent that they've gone through.
Okay, make a survival check.
Survival. What would be the attribute?
Wisdom.
I think it's int. Oh, it's wisdom.
With a -1. 6.
Yeah, you don't actually manage to snag the cable. I was really expecting you to snag the cable and get that lost there because that was very close to the threshold. It's very easy to lose that cable, but you managed to get inside the ship and somehow don't snag the cable. Don't ask me how you managed that, but you managed it. With a little bit of navigation, a little bit of sonar pulsing, you managed to give most of the crew a decent idea of the ship. There are areas where the sonar pulse isn't particularly effective, but you get a relatively good lay of the land, and people can now move about without having to get lost so quickly.
Cool. So, I mean, keep searching, try to find if there's some way to do all of the things, get this thing powered up, find out if there's logs, if there's any information that we can get, if hopefully some sort of power going, or actual engines, even if the engine room is completely shot to hell. Maybe there's some sort of auxiliary that it has. So keep trying to find that. What is that?
Koopa, we're looking for any place that looks like just a central command area, command bridge, or something of the kind. You probably recognize it before I would. I just fix shit. You actually fly it, so if you see anything on the sonar that looks like that, send it our way.
I'll keep a lookout.
It takes a few minutes, but eventually you do find what appears to be a bridge. It seems to be a large area with about 7 consoles, little seats down in front of them, most of which have been damaged or knocked in some form, and there are quite a few bits of skeleton around it.
Looks like this is the place.
Yeah, I'm sort of wondering how much of the story of their own ship they actually know. They said that they left this place, right, to make like a colony or whatever, but it looks like there was some battle here. There's dead bodies everywhere.
I guess some made it out and some didn't.
This ship is only about
lead
90
the way.
years old. You are aware, right?
Oh,
Well, I thought they'd been here for like 2,000 years.
Oh, no, they had.
I thought they came on this ship, though.
Nope.
Oh, that was the impression I got, is they came on this ship and it just got stranded. And then...
They said that.
The ship came later on after they pissed off, after the war started.
No, it said that a couple of generations ago, a ship from the other sky did visit them and it crashed.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, that's right. This one was a different one than the other ones. That's right. That's right. That's right. Okay, cool.
That does explain a bit. I was wondering how we were finding like 500-year-old almost serviceable rations.
Really good preservatives.
Yeah, man. Just don't inject it into your bloodstream. Yeah. It's all made of honey. Honey lasts forever. It's just honey rations.
There you go. I'm cool with that. Just boil it so it gets rid of that fogginess and you're good to go. Yeah. Okay, so let's so we find the rations and everything, which is nice, but let's keep going.
How many rations did we find, by the way? Or are we just going to get that once we float the ship up to the top and we can do it then?
Probably about
he says
14
optimistically.
person days worth.
Okay.
I will note that down, but not as that we have it yet, because it's entirely possible this is all going to go horribly wrong.
Yeah.
So I guess once we're on the bridge, I say, well, I mean, if I had arms, I'd totally try and operate some of this stuff.
Does there have any way to plug in?
Give it a shot. Do I have any sort of ports I can use?
Not on the exploration drone. It's not designed for that.
Yeah, this thing was just for dropping into a place and scanning stuff.
You've got like a tiny, tiny little manipulator arm that's like a little grabber. But that's about it.
I'll say, all right, I try and access stuff, see if any of it works. If it doesn't, I can try talking you through hacking it.
Yeah, we'll give that a go. So notice checks or...
I mean, looking around, quite easily you spot that none of the consoles or anything in here is working. The entire area is lit by your torch beams and by a small emergency light in the ceiling.
I mean, Delilah doesn't... I don't think Delilah knew specifically that there was a generator that he grabbed, but can that generator hook into anything here? Because that was a power generator you were saying, right? Okay. Did Stax tell Delilah that there was that he found the generator?
No, I start looking at the fixtures that are actually still lit and tracing electrical cabling to figure out where that's going.
The electrical cabling will be inbuilt into the bulkheads in the walls, so you can't really trace it, sadly. It wouldn't be exposed.
Bust out a power drill.
Yeah. I start looking around at all the consoles. Do I see any kind of slot that matches up with the generator that I picked up or anything like that I'd be like, oh, that's what that is?
You see some common power ports that can be used in, certain cases to be able to power something, and you do have a matching one on the item. And there are probably some power cables back in the workshop. It's quite a common item. All the power uses the same connection, so...
Okay, so I go get whatever the universal connector is, and then I attach the generator to one of the consoles, I guess. The one that Cooper indicates would be for, like, life support, like general systems readouts, access to the power system, all that kind of stuff.
You activate the general system, and it goes... Whoop, 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 whoop. Ding, 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 ding. Ding. Please give access credentials on the screen.
All right, Cooper, we're going to have to hack this thing. Either that or I can shoot it, but I don't think that's going to help.
Yeah, hacking's probably the better option there.
The thing said that, like, vocally, or was it written?
It says it on screen. You wouldn't be able to really hear it underwater properly anyway.
Oh, that's fine. And is it in the language that we understand?
Yes, it is.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Good to go.
I guess, should I start talking Stax through hacking?
Would that be like a leadership check, or what would it be?
I would say that Cooper can just make a hacking check, but a -2 because he's getting you to do it. So you might, end up screwing up a roll, or you might just put in like the wrong keys or something, or mistype or misenter something. So I'd say just Cooper could do the hack at a -2.
Is that with a -1 on top of that?
No, because this is your mind telling him how to do that, not the actual you doing it.
P at $, uppercase W 0, R uppercase D. That's all you gotta do.
So is that
that's a
including
9.
-2? Oh, so 9. Okay. With a 9 though. Admin accepted. And it pops up with a lot of diagrams and diagnostics.
Does Cooper's drone have a plug that would allow him to data interface with things?
It's an exploration
doesn't.
drone. It's not designed for that, sadly.
No, but you
Okay.
did find something that looks like it could be a data dump.
What do you mean?
Didn't you find something that had like a data dump part of it when you found the body? When you found the armature, I thought you found something that also was a data thing.
No, I just got the generator.
Oh, okay. I thought E said something about no. This looks like a port where data would go into, and
Well, he
it
said there
looks
was like
That's for the
a
armature.
there's a
Yeah, on the
slot
armature
for the
itself.
armature where we put the crystal into it for the phylactery
Oh,
or
I
whatever.
misunderstood that was the brain slot. Gotcha. Okay, go ahead.
All right, Cooper. It looks like we're in. Nice job, buddy. So what am I looking for in here? Would it be a fixed check or?
Yeah,
Because I
you can
assume
make
it's an
fix-
engineering console. Like,
Yeah, you can make a fixed check.
all right. That's gonna be a 9 when all the bonuses are taken into account.
Okay, so it appears that the generator, the drill drive, all of that is offline. Apparently, a lot of the sensors in that area of the ship are missing, so it's probable that area of the ship has just got completely obliterated. It says it's working on reserve power from a small backup generator that's designed to just run the reserve power. It's also telling you that it's found a lot more power from somewhere suddenly working off the console. Beyond that, it lists the ship as let me just double check. A cargo ship listed for the Serene Anu state. Currently working on a mission to extract biological samples. And it had a captain and a full crew list, which you can have if you want, and along with a brief preliminary mission rundown.
Okay. As I'm going through the list, how much air is left in the life support system? And then are there bulkheads that I can seal in order to close off the breaches in the back end of the ship?
Yes and yes. You would have to take power around to the remote. Actually, thinking about it, bulkheads could be shut on emergency power. That's kind of an emergency power function. So yeah, if you wanted to, you could shut the bulkheads on emergency power. It would use most of the emergency power and blow the life support if you wanted to try and float the rest of the ship.
All right, Koopa, take the drone out, because when I seal the bulkheads, I don't want to risk the cable getting torn off. But basically, I'm going to seal the bulkheads, and then I'm going to dump the life support into the hull, and hopefully we get enough air to lift this thing and not crack the hull on the top side.
Loving the plan that we came up with, and I love the fact that it's working. However, how heavy is the hammer?
We don't even know what the hammer is. Did anybody ask? Like, I'm not even sure what
I saw it. It's not an actual hammer. It just vaguely looks like one, but it's an electronic device. It does seem like it's small enough that you could hold it, right? EE looks like it's small enough it can be picked up.
Yeah.
But we don't know how much what it's made out of. We don't know how much it weighs or anything like that. It might be better for us to get it into the ship and then have the ship float rather than try to haul that thing up here.
Will it be inside the ship already, isn't it?
No,
in your memory, what did the room look like?
The room, I could see it inside the room, and then there was a hole in the wall. And then outside of the hole in the wall, I saw this ship. So it's not here. It's in a structure nearby this one. Is there any chance that you can run a diagnostics from this ship and see if there's sensors or whatever could find it? Or maybe we can send, him pointing at the drone to go find exactly where it is. Since, if that thing goes, we're not as worried about it.
Since it's an exploration vessel, it's possible. If I look through the systems, does it have a sonar pulse that I can use?
On this
to, like,
vessel?
map the bottom of the floor, yeah.
Yes. It would use a significant amount of power, though.
Okay.
Well, in the meantime, I can have a poke around that place and see if I can spot it.
Yeah. What angle was it looking at the ship? Describe it to Koopa. So he's got to take the drone out anyways. So
I could see most of the ship from the hole, and this is
The front
not
or
a
the
small
back?
ship. So, I think it was the front of the ship. I was on a lot of drugs at the moment. It was the front of the No, I wasn't. I was sober. What do I roll to remember?
Make a flat
Wits plus
intelligence
composure.
roll.
You say what?
Make a flat intelligence roll.
Flat intelligence. Gotcha. So I'll do. I guess I'll roll no. With 'cause you can't just do a flat roll, can you? No. So here, this I'll do it. Bye. I'll do no intelligence and add a +1 modifier to get rid of my penalty. Wow. Okay. 6 and a 3.
Yeah,
And
you
then-
managed to relay to Cooper roughly where the ship is in relation to the structure, and it does seem to match some of the destroyed parts of the complex nearby.
Okay. Yeah, and the angle, and then there was like a distance because I was able to see most of the hull. So
You know what,
but
Delilah?
when you go, it's going to be right inside there.
just go with him. I'll stay here. We'll stay on comms. I'll float this thing as soon as you guys have it in hand.
But if I'm out there by myself and those deep swimmers return, I don't have a means to defend myself.
I'm not super sure what to tell you. When I float this thing, a bunch of silt's gonna come off the bottom. We're not gonna be able to find the thing anyways.
No, I know. That's why I think we should get it now.
While you guys work that out, I'm gonna set off, and I just.
No, wait, Cooper, wait.
I'll stop and turn around.
It's less heroic if we care about that stuff, but maybe we can get Grigori to do it.
Yeah, tell him through the ship that we need him to come down here. He can be the hero that finds the hammer.
It's a considerable distance. Does he have a means of getting down here? He can just follow the cord, so there's no question he could find his way in.
Yeah, but
I'm
we
not
should
sure if
find the
his-
hammer first so that we're delivering on our promise. If we bring him down here to find it himself, that's not really doing what we said we'd do. So we should find the hammer and then be like, yeah, we need an extra pair of hands to bring it up so that we can raise the ship.
I know the best person to find the hammer. Ulysses. He's not here. Who cares if he dies? Send Ulysses.
He doesn't have a source of air anymore.
He can take one of our suits.
That requires one of us to go back up. I just and set off.
Okay.
I'm just gonna find it, and then we'll work it out from there.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
I unplug the generator from here and I follow him. I'm going to go with him since apparently I'm the only person that can kill things.
Okay, so Delilah's staying inside the ship, and
Hold on.
you're going with Cooper.
Is there a panic button I should press is there a big red bright shiny button that says press this one if things go sour and
Sure,
you say
but
press
it's
this
not
button?
lit, and the console is
Oh.
dead.
No, I was talking about him. Does he have any commands that he could tell me to press or anything, or am I just sitting in the ship alone?
I go, and I give her the generator and I power the console back on. And then I turn the lights on in the room we're in. I'm like, well, at least you can see now. Koopa, just stay on comms with Koopa. If you have any questions, ask him. He's the one that runs this shit anyways.
All right, well, just to do something while you're gone, I'm going to see if I can find logs or something, some sort of information that I can use.
Oh, yeah, turn on exterior lights if it has it on the front end of the ship.
Won't that draw attention?
Maybe, but it'll make it easier to find the hammer.
Oh, if you want to, I can do that, yeah. Do you want to try without it first?
Yeah, sure. We'll work our way over there with just headlamps, but if it ends up being kind of a blind operating zone,
Yeah,
we'll turn
okay.
on the exterior lights.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
make a survival roll.
And this is why I didn't want to go outside.
Yeah, I know.
This is exactly the reason.
I just kind of
Just,
I wish you
flat?
could like type in the code to get everything working the way we want to, and just be like, when you need it, press return. When you need it, just press that one button.
Okay, so survival
Fine.
rolls.
8.
Does that
Alright.
include the -1 for being damaged?
No.
9.
Okay. So Cooper, you managed to find the structure, but you spend a good 20 minutes looking around and not really spotting anything particularly of note. It looks very similar to the other ones you've seen before, although the iconography seems to include more lightning bolts generally. Beyond that, it seems to be a fairly familiar tale.
It's a Nazi ship. I knew it. It's an SS ship.
However, Stax, you find the damaged section of tube that you're looking for. In fact, the wall seems to be somewhat damaged in one area, and looking inside, there seems to be a strange sort of elongated double cube object on top of a pole that could be sort of a hammer analog. There are small dials and buttons and some cabling on the actual hammer section itself, and it appears that you can actually look through one end of the hammer to the other end, and there is some sort of kind of light amplification device in there or something, and it's sort of like a vision modifier.
So is it like a weapon? Like, can I identify what it is with like a fix check or anything?
It's kind of beyond your tech. Make a knowledge check.
That's a 9.
It does appear to be some sort of... There seems to be a communications antenna built into the handle itself. In addition, the actual top bit seems to be some sort of sighting implement, kind of like a laser designator, but much, much more advanced.
Huh. I'm not entirely sure what this fucking thing is, but it's got a sight on it like a rifle. Looking at it, it appears to be some kind of communications device, though. Why the hell would a communications device need a laser sight?
You found the hammer already?
Yeah, I got it in hand.
Inspect it when you get back here. Let's just get topside and be safe.
All right. I'm heading back with Cooper. We're gonna try and get back to where you are so we can float the ship.
Yeah, let's just be safe.
I maybe shouldn't be in it when it floats, on account of the whole wire thing.
Yeah,
Just guide him back.
you mean go
Yeah,
back
I-
with Cooper?
No. Cooper, guide you back here just to keep an eye
Okay.
out for things, an extra pair of eyes.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
help
sure.
Stax on the way back.
Okay.
Which
You managed to get back to
doesn't
the ship. You don't need to roll for that because you know where it is. Stax enters through the vent. Stax, make me an exert check.
Can I meet at the other side of the vent?
Sure, but it won't make much of a difference.
That's a 4.
Stax, going through the vent, you manage to get stuck halfway.
Do I see this and is there anything I can do?
How would you like to help, tiny little drone?
Well, I don't know, if something's caught on something and he can't reach it, I could just bump into it.
You'd have
Listen, I'm
to
working
enter
with
the
what I
vent.
got here.
I'm stuck in the vent. This big old bulky suit is making it. I mean, I don't think this suit is designed to John McClane this bitch.
All right. Do you need... hold on. Let me see if I can... I'm going to, like, make my way in and see if I can try to help him.
Okay, make an exert check.
Exert check? Yeah. Exert. Bump. And don't forget your minuses.
With a little bit of help, Stax, you managed to get some help from Delilah. You can make another exert check.
Three.
Oh, Jesus.
Delilah, even though you wriggle into the vent and start pulling, Stax sort of moves a few inches towards you, and then there's a sound as part of his like equipment web attached to his suit. Seems to have got even more stuck on a jagged piece of metal where the kind of vent has been crushed in by an impact.
All right, I saw... it wasn't just one vent coming in here. There was another vent that was coming in, too. Maybe you should go back out and try the other vent.
I would if I wasn't stuck.
No, go backwards instead of forwards. Here, let's see if we can.
I feel like we have a real miscommunication on the definition of stuck here.
No, if you just turn it this way. No, your other. No, turn
I
it.
find
no.
It's odd that you're the one frustrated when I'm the one threatened with suffocation stuck in a vent.
No, you'll be fine. Just let's work through this. Move that leg. No, the other leg. Can we try again?
You spend a good half hour trying to move him around. You can make another try.
I stay nearby for this just in case I'm needed. I mean, I don't know what I've been needed for in this particular situation. Oh yeah, I keep watch for deep swimmers. Come to murder us all.
Make a notice check, Cooper. You're damaged, so -1. With Delilah's help, there's a... And then, poof, you shoot inside. Just Delilah manages to pull you bodily through the vent. You don't notice anything.
It's a 6, so it's like, is that because there isn't anything? I don't know. Maybe we'll all die.
All right, let's go back to the engineering console. Thanks for the help. Let's get this thing. I'm about done with underwater adventures.
Okay, so you're planning to shut most of the bulkheads, blow the water out with air, then close the doors as the water goes out so that you've got air inside and you should be buoyant and go up, right? Strictly speaking.
Yeah,
Imagine
more or
they'd
less.
have to, like, push the water out with air, because the ship would have, like, the ability to vent the atmosphere, and in this case, the atmosphere would be water.
Yeah, it would have like one-way membranes and stuff like that, so I don't think we'd have to manipulate being able to vent stuff out while keeping the bulkheads closed. I would assume it would have its own ventilation system.
It depends how fast you want to let the air into a damaged ship. It could damage it by doing it too fast.
Oh, slowly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, in
just
which case,
whatever.
make a fix check. Just one fix check, and we'll see how it goes. This will take, a while to do properly, because you've got to go around, make sure everything's closed and everything's properly set up, nothing's going to break.
I will lend assistance where I can.
That's going to be a 10.
10 is enough to do such a impressive task. Over the course of the next hour, Stax goes around telling Delilah to fill in and just check certain bulkheads, etc. Were a few judicial uses of an underwater plasma torch that you managed to grab from the workshop. Most of the bulkheads are sealed, and you let off the life support. And with a huge rush, it starts floating upwards pretty damn fast as it gains velocity towards the surface.
Before they actually activate it, I return to the ship. I guess that requires me just swimming back along my wire and then telling Ulysses to grab me out of the water when I appear.
Okay, I need to make a survival check. Yeah, you managed to successfully get back. Ulysses managed to grab you out of the water. No issues on that part. And with that, the ship behind, as Ulysses picks up this tiny little drone and turns around. Stax, Delilah, I need you to both make physical saving throws.
Oh, jeez.
18 on 13.
I'm rolling even worse.
You both take 9 points of damage. As you are slammed against bulkheads.
I passed.
You would take 4 points of damage. I'm going to say it's round down. I think it is.
I have 6 health. That's my max. Max is 6. I'm at -3 with max 6 health. Like I rolled terrible for my level up health. So I'm like, that's -3 from full.
Stax, how much health did you have?
150% of my health.
I was at full. I have 14.
Yeah, so with that, Stax, you're thrown violently across the room, and you smash into one side, blood kind of trickling down from your head wound. You look around just in time to see Delilah slam against the console next to you at an awkward angle. And there's a...
Ah, Jesus. Cooper, you still on comms?
I guess I can hear them now because they're on the surface. Yeah, what is it?
Send Ulysses in, like, right now. He needs to come into the ship. Delilah's real fucked up.
Oh, damn it. And I used the PA system to tell Ulysses that Delilah's in very serious condition. Get there as fast as he can. And I'm hoping he's just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna totally do that. Just let me just go in this room over here first.
I am Ulysses. Tell Stax to take a picture with his compad.
All right, Stax, he's saying to take a picture with the compad, I guess, to assess the injury.
Post it on Facebook.
I use the compad to take a picture of everything.
Do you have a compad?
Because he has to be able to see. Well, I have the data slate, yeah.
Oh yeah, you have the data slab still. Yeah, okay, sweet. That works then. I thought that...
And she also has the video from her head thing that she's always showing to everybody, so either way.
Yeah, you'd have to get that off her, but yeah, no, that would work. So yeah, and he goes, okay, Stax, I'll need you to go into the workshop so that you can help me get in. It's gonna be tough. I'll try and swim as fast as possible.
Can't he just teleport? If he knows where a location is, he knows what it looks like? But he knows that, and I just sent him a picture. Like, I don't know that, but he knows that.
You'll need to go into the workshop so that I can do this. I might need help with a plasma cutter.
Okay, I go to the workshop.
As soon as you're not watching, Ulysses jumps off the back of the ship to go into the water, and as soon as he touches the water, he leans down, and Delilah, you are stabilized and healed for 4 health. And then he back into the water and starts swimming towards the ship.
Does that bring me to 1 or to 4?
4.
Okay, because I was at -3. Cool. Awesome. Yeah. Yes.
Delilah, you wake up. You got like blood running down the side of your neck slightly as your ear's bleeding, and you find there's a slight crick in your neck. But there's no one in the room.
Stax! Oh! Did it work? Stax? Stax? Oh shit! Stax, are you okay? And she's like starts like trying to like crawl and try to find Stax to make sure he's okay.
He's on comms.
I'm fine. I'm in the workshop getting Ulysses. You woke up? You all right?
Yeah, I'm. Oh, did you get thrown around too?
Yeah, I got a pretty nasty little bump on my head, but you look like you hit the corner of one of the consoles and it knocked you out flat.
Yeah, that. I'd say. Well, I've had worse days. Yeah, I'm good. Are we on the surface? Did it work?
Yeah, we're on the surface as far as I can tell.
I'd really love to throw my fists in the air like a end of an 80s movie from, the 20th century, but
sure. I love that decade.
Yeah. Oh yeah, me too. But I'm in a little pain right now, so can you do it for me?
Yeah, I'll do it for you. I do it.
Thanks.
I take a picture with the compad and send it to her.
Which she can't receive because she doesn't have a compad.
Damn it.
Okay, over the course of the next...
It's in queue.
Probably about 12 hours before the section of the ship sinks again, you can try and get as much out as possible in terms of supplies and parts and armature. So, roll me a fix check, or if you want to be moving parts, you can roll an exert check. Cooper, you can't do any of them. You can fly the ship really close.
I will gladly be exert.
That's an 11 on a fix check.
So with a -1 because of things.
By the way, Ulysses gets her and he's like, "Oh, she's okay."
Ooh, did you crit? You critted.
I as I rolled the die, I exited the game. I don't know what I pressed. So I'm just
you rolled a crit. You got a crit.
Oh really?
13.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Nice. Is it a double natural 6s?
Yeah.
I remember your -1s for starving, by the way.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah,
always.
So it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah.
Only
I have a +2 to fix check, so the -1 is only the +1.
Okay, so Stax, you managed to strip out probably about 7,000 credits worth of spare parts in total, along with 14 days worth of person days worth of rations. You do find a 2 more spacesuits that seem to be fully intact, along with their air tanks that can be filled up from the ship.
Okay.
You also find, in addition, 3 pistols that seem to be workable, laser pistols,
Okay.
along with 3 Type A power cells. You find 2 comm pads. You find a lot more, but they're all broken. These are the ones that work. And you find a lot of bones and bodies and shredded bits of uniform that seem to have somewhat degraded that say Serene Anu states.
Okay.
While doing
as
this,
I-
I mentioned to them that they should get as much information as possible about the ship, seeing as that group of people, whatever they are, is probably still alive and will be interested to know what happened to their particular expedition.
Yeah, I bounced the. They have the whole comm thing on the engineering station with the crew roster and everything.
Yeah.
I bounced that to one of the comm pads so that we have it, along with any black box info they might have, or any like captain's logs or anything else that go through.
And while you do this, Delilah, apart from being dead only a few hours ago, is happily swimming between the ship and the wreck, just taking everything you pick up. So there is no bottleneck with how much you can carry, because Delilah is just happily doing laps back and forth, carrying large, heavy objects. Somewhat
I keep the
efficient
hammer.
devices.
I want to be the guy that gives the hammer over.
Yeah, as Delilah gets back
'Cause
every
I'm
single
selfish.
time, Grigor's standing there going, how did you find the hammer of Thor? No, this is more parts and something else. Next time, oh, did you find the hammer of Thor yet? No.
So
That
did
is
all
good.
7,000 credits of scrap make it?
Yeah, everything that you found made it.
How
Okay.
many?
And so after we get that done, are there any
7,000 credits of
modules
scrap.
on this ship?
I would need to... actually, there are a few, but they're damaged and not really able to be ported over. Not from a
Well,
damaged wreck that's kind of floating
We
there.
need a dry dock too.
Yeah,
or
you need a dry dock.
So
You also managed to get the armature over, which, as you
cool.
look at it now, has Nemesis armature on its effectively product code on the back.
And so as that comes over, I stepped through the airlock the last time before the ship's about to sink. I did bring the generator back with me, the
Okay.
little orb thing. I don't know how drained it is, but I did bring it back with me.
You didn't turn on the exterior lights, so it's fine.
Oh, cool.
If you turn on the exterior lights, I was going to be like, no, it will not take that. It's designed to power either a small vehicle or something, relatively small permanently, forever. Almost.
Okay.
Is it like a Type B power cell but forever? Or Type A?
C.
It can do both. The Type B would be like motorbike, maybe not like a full car kind of thing.
Can I have it? I mean, my armature's dead, but the new armature could have it. And then I'll never shut down randomly.
You got to let me inspect the armature first because the input doesn't. I tell Coop, I say the input for the generator doesn't work on that armature. I'm gonna have to rig something up in the warehouse first. Either that or it's already got its power. You know how we could open your head in the other armature? It's possible this thing folds open the same way and it's already got like a car battery in there, something like that, that's powering it. So just give me some time in the workshop with it and it'll be fine. And with that, I take the.
Torque check. You can have a...
Why would that be a talk check? I'm being honest right now. Like, that's legit. It doesn't fit into the slot. I already tried.
Yeah, but there's also a alternative motivation. I will say you will get a bonus to that because you're covering up your alternate motivation pretty well. So I will say you'll get a +2 with a -1 for being starved, so +1 in total. Cooper, you get to make a charisma notice check, -1 because your ship systems aren't working particularly well. Your cameras are glitching out.
Nah, that's a 3.
Oh.
Where's my notice? -1. 1. I knew it. I knew no matter how badly you did, I would do worse.
Stax is like, I need to take this to the workshop because the thing won't fit in the thing. And Cooper's just trying to watch, and his audio keeps cutting out, and his frame rate is 1 FPS. He's just like, cool. Didn't hear what he said, but fine.
And then with that, I walk the hammer over to Grigor, and I go, ding, and I hand it to him. All taken care of, Chief.
He just looks at it aghast. Thank you. You will now be an honorary brother of Odin, all of you. We finally have the Hammer of Thor. This should really
Promise is a
help.
promise. So
And he walks
what are they gonna
towards-
do with it? They're gonna do something fucking horrible with it. They're gonna like exterminate another tribe with it. I know it.
He walks towards the edge of the platform where the kind of bay is open to the sea, and he gestures with the hammer, holds it in front of himself, and seems to look through the firing slot. And then he raises it above his head and brings it down and points. And with that fluid motion, a small, slightly lighter blue sky area appears in front of him, a little way away on the wreck of the
We gave
ship.
him an ion cannon.
And then there's a snap, and there's a bright light down the beam, and it sounds like a sonic boom combined with a thunderbolt. And the ship
Jesus
just
Christ!
explodes outwards. Bits of metal ting, ting, hit you, Cooper, as you are now the ship. And
Imagine all my senses are just going crazy for a second. I'm like, oh, okay, that's what that does.
Was it like
Yep.
Gears of War or something? Had like a hammer of God or
Hammer of
something? Was that
Dawn, yeah? it's the
Hammer of
of
Dawn, right? Is it so? It looks something like that, or like what we saw in the Star Games.
a little bit.
That sort of a thing? Yeah,
Cooper,
yeah.
what you
It
gather
drops
from your
the sky. That's
senses
fucking awesome.
is what it does is it sends down, effectively ionizes the atmosphere along a pathway, and then sends down a highly charged bolt. And because the ionization in the atmosphere allows it to pass through relatively easily, this massive amount of charge just hits the ground and annihilates whatever is there.
I had a feeling, but
be
Stax
careful
would
with that.
know. Apparently, you won't be worried about the deep swimmers anymore.
Yes, this will be a great boon to our people. Thank you so much, all of you. We will feast and celebrate. We will
Well,
put this in pride of place.
on to the deep powder then. Cooper, take us back, and then I start working on the armature
Okay.
so that Cooper can actually be a part of things. But I want to, so I need to fix the shop. But when I fix the armature, I'm going to install a deactivator in it so that I can remotely deactivate it if I need to.
Okay.
Do I have internal sensors that can see him doing this?
Well, for start, you'll need to repair the workshop, and then we can talk about that. So, Stax, you make me a fixer roll for the workshop.
Sure.
Fix the workshop.
It'll
without
take
internal
500 credits
sensors.
worth of spare parts, which you definitely have now.
That's a 10.
A 10 is good enough. The workshop is back up and running. Bear in mind that it is damaged, and if it goes down again, it'll be lost permanently. You've got to do a dry dock fix to actually make sure that survives forever, but for now it is working. Because you repaired the workshop, I'll say that based on the previous roll for your charisma, you can be like, oh, some of the cameras aren't working, I need to get around to fixing them, but Cooper, I wanted to get your body soon, so none of the sensors are really working in the workshop. Based on that, you can make a fix roll for the armature.
Okay. That is an 11.
And with that, after a good amount of time, you do manage to put in a failsafe, which effectively is if you send Cooper the word unicorn over a voice transmission, he will immediately deactivate his power cell and it will uncouple physically from the rest of the armature. You can only recouple it manually, so Cooper can't do anything about that. It will physically remove itself.
Okay. What kind of power cell does it use while I'm doing the maintenance?
It would use several Type A's or a Type B. It's up to you. And
So I slam one of the Type Bs in there that I found because I don't want to
Okay.
carry him around anymore.
in which case Type B will power him for a good amount of time.
Hey,
And-
Koopa.
Yeah.
I go and I get his phylactery after it's done, and I put it into the slot. You ready, buddy? Or you still want to be a ship? It's up to you, man. You got to fly us back to the base. But the homage is done.
Cooper, you cannot hit anything until the phylactery's put
Yeah.
back in somewhere.
I mean, do I get warning before he pulls me out of the ship?
Well, I said it before I pulled it out.
Oh, okay.
I say, have me fly back first. That thing doesn't really seem to have very good hands or anything for operating a ship.
It's got one hand.
Got a tiny little hand
I'll-
underneath the laser cannon.
I'll stay the ship for now.
All right.
But by now, you probably
That
are
flies
there.
back.
He had to fix the workshop, so you could switch to the drone just to test it out if you want. The armature, sorry.
Oh yeah, I guess maybe we possibly will be back by then. Yeah, in that case, I'll say, okay, let's give it a shot. I mean, it's not exactly my sort of thing, but at least it's a body.
At least now Ulysses will think you're awesome and you can kill stuff. I mean, look at the size of the gun on this fucking thing. I'm getting a little bit excited just looking at it. I'm flying half-mast at the moment. Good lord.
And with that, Cooper is removed from the ship. The ship kind of idles there above your destination and plugs you into the armature. The armature now in the middle of the galley. Everyone is looking on because it's kind of an interesting sight. Looking like a cross between Sir Killalot and Iron Man. As you plug in this blue crystal into the chest, it receives it and then just takes it further in. Layers of plexiglass move in front of it, and a blue glow emanates from the chest. And the eyes turn red and switch to blue. And Cooper, you find yourself awake in a solid steel and chrome and titanium chassis. Your gun is fully charged and ready to kill. Your monoblade is ready to rend flesh. You are strong. You are tall. You are
I
tough.
figure he looks like Destructor from Futurama.
See, I go, okay, this is weird. I mean, it's slightly less weird than being a ship. I'm worried I'm just gonna, like, turn around and cut something in half. This thing looks dangerous. Can I remove this? I can't remove this.
As he says this, by the way, it renders his voice as something like... This is weird. I can't figure out what this is. Can I remove this? No, I cannot remove this.
Okay,
Brother.
we are going to need Bentham to roleplay that from now on.
Oh, God.
You can adjust the voice caster on it. Now you realize it's wrong to actually make it your own voice, but initially that's the default voice setting.
Oh,
No!
Am I able to quickly do that, or is that going to take time?
No, you quickly do it. It's easy because you
That
import it with
takes all the
factory.
fun away.
This bolter seems very dangerous, brother.
It's like,
We
oh,
should
hang on,
probably
wait.
deactivate
Oh.
it.
There we go. It's normal again. Apparently I can change the settings. That's nice.
I look at him sideways. I feel like I kind of loses something when you use your normal voice. I don't know. It doesn't fit. Don't you got
It's my
anything like
voice.
deeper or scarier?
I like my voice. It's mine.
Yeah, I kind
Anyway.
of sound like a bearded 31-year-old guy trying really hard to have soft voice. If I had the ability to alter my voice, I totally would. Maybe you should take advantage of it while you can.
Anyway, I don't suppose you can do anything about the old body. I sort of like that one on account of it being me and all.
Do we bring it back?
It's brought
Yeah,
back by
Can I
Ulysses.
fix it?
Stacks, now you've actually looked at some of the stuff in the armature, you do realize that you could actually fix that body. In fact, if you wanted to, you could probably make a
good
replacement one.
I will do that because we need something socially acceptable. Although I do like the idea of walking into a space station with him and just being like, yeah, nobody fucks with our crew. Like, nobody would mess with you. You basically just waltz your way. They'd be like, that's a big robot. But at the same time, we might need him to be, like, socially acceptable at some point and able to put on a suit or something.
Okay, make a fix
Yeah,
check.
I look down at my body and over at the doors at either end of the room. Can I fit
That's a
through?
12.
With a 12, it will cost you 2,000 credits worth of scrap.
Okay.
And now Cooper is sitting there in front of you. Did you put the same failsafe in?
No, I'm not worried about this body.
Okay, fair enough.
Nice. I appreciate that.
Cooper is just sitting there. His head
This
split
is
apart
solely
in sections.
self-preservation in case you get hacked or programmed or something. Like, it's not because I don't like you or I think you're going to turn on us. It's because if you're a robot, you can get hacked. And my Shadowrun sense is tingling.
So I think it's great that you've spent so much time giving Cooper several bodies to choose from, but and she kicks one of the walls that are rather damaged inside the ship. Perhaps we should be focusing on more important things for everyone else.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
we got plenty
technically
of scrap
speaking,
left
you'd be
over.
upgrading Cooper as well while doing it.
So what you're proposing is that we give him 3 bodies. It sounded like you upset about 2, and now he needs like a better third.
The third body is the ship. Let's upgrade the ship so it can not as easily be put us in the situations we were in. Better navigation, maybe a shower curtain.
Am I present for this? Which
Yeah,
body am I in right
I
now?
assumed yes.
Up to you. You've got a few choices.
I guess I
Actually, I
request-
imagine you're in your big beefy man armature because we're talking about it immediately as he finished the little Cooper, Slim Coop.
True. You're looking
I
down
imagine
at
you're like-
yourself. It's weird.
Yeah, we're in the workshop, and I'm like, can you move the thing? And I just like tap it where the
As he goes to tap it, he
brain
like
is.
almost decapitates Delilah with the sword. Like, he's still getting used to this body.
I'm gonna make a cozy for
jeez.
it. I'm gonna make like a sheath in the workshop that can go around it that's got like Nerf foam around it, so it's just like boom.
Like bright blue with like luminous
Yeah.
dust ticked on it. Yeah.
On second thought, maybe we could work on replacing some of his arms on this one. You know, upgrades.
Koopa, I take the phylactery out of the big armature and I put it back in his like normal entertainment planet
His head
body.
goes ching, 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 and you sort of slap it and it goes chink. Cooper, you're back in your own body. Ish.
Oh, there we go. Feels a bit weird.
Yeah,
I
that's
guess
because
that's what
you
happened
mostly...
when you put it back together with scrap.
Yeah,
This-
duct tape and
this
toilet
bit
paper,
of
my
me-
friend.
This bit of meat feels a bit strange. Oh, that's gonna take some getting used to. I imagine you
Yeah.
can see like a seam and it looks a bit of a mess.
It's not really
like,
a seam so much as like there's like a deep scar maybe. Sort of, that's
I
beginning
got
to
a really
fade.
good roll, so
He did get a really good
I-
roll, and that
it
scar
was
is beginning
one
to
under a
fade
crit.
slowly.
And it's definitely good. Okay, should warn you, don't have a backup now. If I die this time, I stay dead until I can get another backup prepared. Just to warn you. Please
Actually,
don't
in your secondary
put me
phylactery
in dangerous
slot,
situations.
there is a small green crystal this time around. No, it'd be blue. 'Cause it's always blue for you. Blue crystal growing, starting to bud out of the slot.
that's creepy.
So, you died and became immortal.
That seemed like
Well,
too bad of a trade.
It depends on your definition. I think perhaps a better way of putting it is to say I died. Well, no, Cooper died, and now I'm here, and I'm sort of immortal. It's complicated. They're all copies.
So the question is, are you better than Cooper?
In terms of physical strength, yeah. What with being a robot and all.
Okay. But are you better than Cooper?
Ulysses nearby goes, he is Cooper.
Ulysses, you
I
know what
think
I mean.
Ulysses is being pouty right now because he's still mad at Cooper.
He is Cooper.
Do you feel as though you are superior to the Cooper from before?
Honestly, I feel like I am the Cooper from before. It's a little bit difficult to get used to that not being true.
Okay. I'll accept that.
How much repairing can I do to the ship with 4,500 bits of scrap?
Well, the issue with the ship isn't that it's damaged, it's that the maintenance on it is gone, and the only way to do that is to go to a dry dock. That's not a scrap issue. That's like you've got to run out of fuses, things breaking down, like there are things that need to be maintained. It's more that you need to just pop to a dry dock. Scrap won't help at all with that. Scrap will help with things that have definitely broken as opposed to just maintenance rundown.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll say that this place needs dry dock, a repair team, and a decent amount of time and money to get everything fixed again. It's the only option at this point. Stax has done a good job of holding everything together with what chewing gum and tape he had available, but we need more permanent solutions.
Yeah, pretty much everything on the ship looks like a disaster zone right now. A couple months out of sea will do that.
Well,
So party time.
Yeah,
Let's go party.
I say we go in and we enjoy the whatever it is they have to offer.
Okay.
I think it's deep powder. It's gonna be deep powder. I know it.
So, for expediency's sake, you go, you celebrate, you party. Your ship is lovely and working and capable of accepting oxygen. They are so happy with the Hammer of Thor that they will provide you all of their spare candles that you can actually fill up your ship to full life support. Now, they won't have any spares left, but they really wanted the Hammer of Thor, so they give you all their oxygen candles. In addition, they will help you fill up your larder so that you have 6. I think you can have. How much can you have in the larder, Bentham?
I think we went for we could store 90 days of life support and rations
Yeah,
with our
so
standard storage stuff.
They won't be able to give you that much because it's also kind of a premium for you, for them. But they will give you 60 person days worth of food.
So that gives us 74 altogether, so we're in pretty good shape right there.
Yeah. Now you can stick around for a few days more if you want before you go to get rid of your issue
Yes.
with. Okay, so you stick around for a few days. You end up helping out with odd jobs because they kind of expect you to do so. Partly with just training people and helping fighting and stuff, especially for Stacks because it's amazing assassin ability. And strangely enough,
Not even
for
that.
Delilah.
I'm parlaying my heroism into Viking sex. If I can't monetize it into Viking sex, this whole thing was pointless.
Oh dear. But after eventually being on the planet for just over a week, you're ready to set sail.
Cool.
Where would you like to set
I'm
sail
ready.
to?
Was this place in a different spot, or was it still adjacent to where we were? Like, did it put us across the galaxy somewhere? Or, like,
Before
we need the
like,
map
when,
open, too.
Yeah, when we decide to leave, I'll gather everyone in the mess and put out one of the star charts I've got and say, okay, so we've got 3 options. Well, 2 really. We can either go back to Yolanda, that is within range of where we are. Our good friends with the diamond planet. However, our diamonds won't be worth much there, and life support is expensive. They might be able to fix our ship, but
I'm
they're not great with it.
curious. Before because we need to go to the location that you're referring to, we need to go to where we can use the diamonds to repair the ship and have all those things. But while we're here, I am genuinely curious, even just to do a scan from space, about the planet that is sister to this one. The one that it passes by.
It is worth a bit of a look. It'll only take a couple of days to get over there.
I mean, assuming we have the supplies, the air, and everything, that would be fine for a big jump to whatever it is that we're going. I'm very curious about that. I mean, we heard the logs from, which, by the way, I totally would have sat in on some of the prayers when I wasn't doing work for them. We heard the logs from the captain's log. We heard about them. We've seen one of the later exploration ships and the stuff that they've found. But maybe something of value could be there.
Might be worth a look, yeah.
What do you think, Stacks? Am I just shooting myself in the foot and putting us into another spot where we're going to run out of food and water?
So, you're saying we want to go to a different planet before we go to the dry dock?
I'm saying the one
It's the one in this system, so it'll only
It's in
take
this
2 days to get there.
Yeah, it's very
We
nearby.
can't possibly get lost in that time.
Would it even potentially be less than 2 days because of how close it usually is to this one?
I'll be honest with you, Delilah.
Days.
As
2
the
days?
ship's mechanic,
Yeah.
I'm going to recommend we get to a dry dock as quickly as possible.
Okay.
I don't like the idea. We tested our luck on this planet, and we almost didn't walk away from it. And I'm worried if we test our luck again, it's not going to work out well for us. I do think there's probably good stuff on other planets, but we've been carrying these diamonds around for a lick of time now. We got to get these things sold. And
It wasn't even so much value in object value. I meant value in like information we could have found there. Remember, I've always been on the same. I know the history of my planet like the back of my hand, and my grandmother made sure that I knew it well. But I'm curious about the way that this war turned out for the other planet. But you're right. Curiosity killed the cat, as they say, and
I don't mean to take the wind out of your sails, but we're kind of in a. It's like Koopa said, we're in a real dire situation right now as far as ship's repairs go.
I'll run some scans when we're on our way out. I'll see if I can spot anything interesting.
Sure.
All right, no, but
if it turns out there's something we just can't walk away from over there, we might give it a look.
Yeah. Let's you're bringing me to my senses. I'm sorry. I was just curiosity. It was an interesting story, and I wanted to hear the rest of it.
Sure.
Yeah, it won't cost anything to scan it as we go, and I'll tell you if anything comes up. So yeah, our options are Yolanda, place we went to before. Diamonds will not be worth as much as on other places there, but it's something they can probably help us fix the ship. We go to Persephone. I imagine they won't say a damn word to us. I'd like to say a few damn words to them, but I think that would probably be a waste of a trip. So our other option is, a blind jump is a little bit of a harsh word. I don't know anything about this. I know that it either is or was recently inhabited. So, best case scenario, they love diamonds and they've got the best dry dock in the system, or the sector, and all our needs will be met. Worst case scenario, this, but without the people.
Yeah, I'm gonna say we should probably go for the sure thing.
So it was Yolanda, Persephone, or R3, wasn't it?
Well, I've never been to Yolanda. Is that a nice planet? Are there like at least like beaches where you can relax and not worry about chlorine killing you, or is there good air to breathe and a beating sun?
Well, there's good air to breathe inside the few domes that exist on its otherwise airless surface.
But we just did that. Is that a common thing off of my home world? Are your planets that way, where you have to live inside a bubble?
I think usually it's not that, but since arriving here, that seems to have been the prevailing situation.
R3?
I mean, my homeworld is just a normal Terran planet, but given what I've been told, not every place is like Rota. You know, you got to be lucky to get the Terran planet. Most of them are missing something.
Huh? Well,
R3,
I guess to
by the
another
way, is
airless
listed
planet.
in your map as being called Elysium.
Go
Random
there, I'll
name
kill you
generator.
all.
I say we drop nukes from the sky and just kind of, you know, throw a toilet at it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to make Planet Bentham... I know Planet Bentham is somewhere nearby. I'm going to make it terrible. It's going to be awful.
It should be just a planet full of robots.
So I guess we know nothing about R3 apart from its name.
Yeah, all you have is the name that's on your chart.
Yeah, we can return with our tail between our legs to Yolanda, and we'll be able to do something there. I mean, it's the way the ship's going. Every jump is harder than the last.
Is
And that
Yolanda the
means
one we got the
this next
diamonds
jump-
from?
Yeah.
Oh, well, we don't have to sell the diamonds there. Then we just hold on to them.
Yep.
But what are you going to
'Cause
pay
I've got
for...
50 grand.
What are you going to pay for dry dock with?
Yeah, we don't have any.
I have 50,000 credits.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'll work.
I mean, I'm not going to give you all of it. I'm going to keep like 10K, but I mean, I can throw in like 40. I feel like that's pretty generous.
Yeah, you could just quickly swing past Yolanda, get fixed up because your ship can land planetside and they do have facilities there, and then swing on.
You know, taking that into account, I say it's probably our best bet. We have some money to spend. We can get the ship fixed up. We'll be in a much better situation. And
I agree with that.
next time we jump, there'll be less chance of death instead of more.
Sure.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, and with that, the team have planned where to go next. The only real question is, will Ulysses be joining them or not? Because I know he's got very attached to this planet. That's, I guess, what we'll find out next week. So, thank you very much for watching. Do remember to do all the following and stuff. Go check out our stuff. But very quickly, Splat, who are you? What do you do? And where can we find you?
Yeah, I'm Splattercat. I hang out on youtube.com/SplatterCatGaming and Twitch TV/SplatterCatGaming, where I play indie games all day, every day. If you're looking to get informed about what indie games are coming out and what's available, it's definitely the place to go. Twitch TV right now. Not really doing a whole lot. I've been playing some Diablo 3 with viewers, and then probably go back to RimWorld at some point pretty soon. I just like streaming RimWorld. I don't know. It's a good stream game.
Delric.
You can find me over on twitch.tv/DelricMaster, where even later on today I will be playing, I call it Political Theater right now. It's an Eberron game in D&D 5e. I've also been playing video games lately as just a means to hang out and chat and stuff like that. Other than that, you can find me over on YouTube/Delric. I actually just launched a Patreon/Delric, Twitter @Delric, Delric. Yeah. You just type that word, you'll find me. Google search.
Welcome to the life,
Hey.
man.
Hey, there he is. Hey, lots of beard. Other than that, Bentham.
Yeah, you can find me on YouTube. I am Mangleport Gaming because I'm confusing and have multiple names. If you search Bentham, you might find me, or you might find the Philosopher with a place, or 20
You're
other
the
things that
copy
are also
of
called Bentham.
Organic Personality Electronic Replica.
Yeah, I'll just change my channel name to Cooper.
Can only
It'll be less
pilot,
weird.
or can only operate piloting elements, really.
Or giant death
I am
machines.
playing a lot of space games at the moment. So yeah, I do Factorio on and off, and I'm also at the moment doing Kingdoms and Castles. Still go with that. That has got to its full release now, so that's cool. It's not a huge amount has happened, but lots of bug fixes and a lot of little extra buildings and stuff and polish. So that's nice. Also been playing FTL because why not? It's cool. Been playing that again. I'm doing a slug run, and I've completely abandoned the weapons I actually started with because I found a Vulcan cannon in like the second episode. So now that's my build: is Vulcan, annihilate everything, all is good. And I also played what was it called? Shortest Trip to Earth the other day, which is all right, promising, buggy. It can get there. Inspired by FTL. It's been development for 4 years. And I've done an episode on that. And then I've recorded a second one where all the bugs come out. Because I load the game up and it's like, oh, all my modules are on. That's cool. Right. But yeah, that's all I'm doing at the moment. That is me. What about you, EE?
So, you can catch me over at twitch.tv/Enter Elysium, where I stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. And you can also catch me at youtube.com/Enter Elysium, or, /Extra Elysium if you want to see Twitch VODs. The main stuff I do on YouTube at the moment is Motorsport Manager, doing pretty well, coming to our second season. Already had a very good first race, which is strange considering we started off with a brand new team last season. Also doing a little bit of few other games, just finished up playing Hearts of Iron as the Austro-Hungarian Empire and did a World Conquest. Also just about finished with Starship Theory, the really early alpha. Might come back to that when it's got a bit more content. There'll be a few other things going on as well. So you can also catch Avak, by the way, at Twitter on Avak_, also at YouTube at youtube.com/Avak. He does loads of cool stuff. You should go check him out. We will be back on Sunday with Shadowrun. I think it's probably going to be the last episode of Shadowrun, so interesting times are afoot as our characters walk into a very interesting situation where one of their group is missing in action, possibly working for the enemy, possibly with the enemy, possibly captured. We do not know, but it's interesting situation nonetheless, and the entire fate of the world might be on their shoulders, so, no pressure. So come check that out on Sunday. That'll be a load of fun, same time as normal, 8 p.m. BST or midday PDT. And of course we've got
here's the real question that people have. Here's the real question. You versus Shin in Europa Universalis 4, who wins?
Probably Shin. I haven't played in ages. Sorry,
Okay.
That's an easy answer. That's too easy a question, sadly. I just haven't played Europa in ages because I just
All right,
don't like the changes.
Stellaris. Who wins?
Ooh, that's more difficult. I haven't seen any of Shen's playing Stellaris recently, so I don't know. Then again, I don't tend to min-max very much, so I don't know.
Do a series.
Oh, but series. So many series. So much Stellaris. Anyway, so yeah, if you've enjoyed, do go check out stuff like the Patreon, the Reddit, the Wikia, all that jazz, and thank you for supporting the show, and feel free to spread the word. But until next time, which will be Sunday, we're all safe.
Bye.
Oh, wait, I should check before we go. Have we any tips? Because I read out tips.
Oh.
Pretty sure we haven't, but I will double check. Reloading. 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 Reloading.
That internet connection now.
It's more the browser. It just takes a while to actually contact Streamlabs. No, we have not had any tips this stream, so we're good. Bye!
Bye, everybody.